with 45 seconds down. Right now, it looks like Brian Gerber, first time by, is going to be on top of the board. Let's see how everything sorts out. Just a reminder as well, if you guys want to check us out online, we are live on YouTube, Live Time, and Facebook Live. So if you guys want to tune in from a trailer, something along those lines, make sure you check us out. Great to even see some replays, maybe see some race action that happened during your race. Bit of trouble coming out of the straightaway. One upside down by the line. All clear. 130 down, 330 left to go. Right now, it is all Brian Gerber to the top of the board. He's on a 12.507. Austin Rubin finds himself in that 2, just barely flirting on a 12-lap pace. He's on an 11.5 flat right now. Dave Fable in that 3. He's on a 5.02 as well. Some good battles going on here in our heat number 1 and 2 for Sportsman E-Buggy. Bit of trouble early on here for Bentley. Hopefully he can get it all figured out going in a round, or I should say qualifier number 2. My apologies. We're at that halfway point. We're at that halfway mark. Not too much is changing right now. Looks like Brian Gerber just trying to lay down some laps, doing everything right. Your leader should be in that all white right there, coming through the double-double now. Comes up on you. Give him a little bit of room. He's on his TQ run right now. Looks like he's got nothing but clean track ahead of him.
Two minutes left.
3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. 23-4 for Brian. That clean track is helping him right now. Coming out next is going to be Open Nitro Buggy. Going to be looking for Greg, Bobby, Gene, and Ryan. If you guys want to start getting those nitros heated up, ready to go for race number 4. Taking a look back at our race action, though. Your closest battle on the track is between Brandon and Dave for that number 4 spot. They're separated by about 2 seconds on the clock. Holy cow, one going at the end of the straightaway. Almost taking Ryland's feet out.
One minute left.
Only 1 minute left to go. 1 minute left to go. Brandon Goodnow starting to make a bit of a charge on Austin Rubin. He's only 3 seconds back. Trying to find himself another spot here. Seeing if he can make it into that A sort for Sportsman E-Buggy.
Three, two, one.
Looks like Austin Rubin trying to close the door on that happening. Now ran a 22.8. That is one fast lap right there. Everybody's still live. Keep on going, drivers. Everybody's still live. You will be done when you cross the line.
Austin Rubin done. Dave Fable done.
Dave, you're done. Austin, you're done.
Ryan Gerber done.
Ryan Gerber, you're done.
Brandon Smith done.
Brandon Smith, you're done.
Brandon Knotzer done. All drivers are finished.
Now you're done. Brandon Connoisseur, you're done. Taking it down is going to be Brian Gerber in that 1 spot with a 13.520. Austin Rubin in the 2, and Brandon Goodnow rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Looks like Brian Gerber going to be the one to beat here in Sportsman E-Buggy, setting down a TQ time of 13.520. Let's see if anybody has anything for that in heat number 2. But coming out now is going to be Open Nitro Buggy, going to be looking for Gene, Greg, Bobby, and Ryan.
Jean Sabatier. Bobby Smith.
Got Fred checking in online with us. Good to see you, man. Track is looking prime out there. Keeping plenty of water in it. Got some markings out there. Looking good. Thank you for stopping in with us up on Facebook Live. Just looking for a check from Greg Swiatek and Ryan Noland. Starting to see some live viewers here up on Facebook here. If you're here with us, stop in and say hi. Shout you out. Once again, taking a look back at our race action, just looking for a check from Greg Swiatek. Last one to check.
Greg Swiatek.
All right, everybody is checked in. Let's bring him in. Bring him in. 30-second call. $20 on the clock, drivers. Bring him in if you need fuel. All right, looks like Ryan is going to be the last one. All good. All right, Ryan, you're going to be the first one across. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for Open Nitro Buggy. Bobby, if you want to cut, feel free. There we go. These guys know how it's done. They're the professionals out here. We are 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go right now. To the top of the board is Ryan Noland. He's running a 14.518. Bobby Smith finds himself in that 2, and Greg Swiatek rounding out your top 3. Gene's going to find himself running Sportsman Nitro Buggy. He's on a 12.514. Got a pretty good battle going on with Greg Swiatek right now, though. Let's see how everything sorts out here. Gives these guys a few more laps to get settled in. Right now, it is still Ryan Nolan leading the charge. He's on a 13.509. Looking to take an early TQ here for your leader. It is Bobby Smith now finds himself in the 2. Greg Swiatek in that 3. How about a 22-2 from your leader? Trying to find himself on a 14-lap pace. He only needs about maybe 5 seconds at best to make it happen. Gene just barely flirting on a 13-lap pace of his own. He's on a 12.501 right now. Let's take a lap around with Ryan Noland. That is your orange buggy, hot pink wing over the crossover. As he makes his way onto the rollers, onto the straightaway now. See if he can lay down a nice 22-second lap for us. Nice tight inside line over that double-double. One spot that's tricky is coming right underneath that crossover. You got to hit a very minuscule line to keep yourself flat coming through that section. Back through the rollers he goes. Almost sending it. Hits a 22 at the very least. Keeping it entertaining for the fans out here. With 3:30 down, 1:30 left to go. How about Bobby Smith going to find himself now on a 13-lap pace? He ran a 22.6 last time by, follows it with a 23.6. Coming out next is going to be race number 5. That's going to be our spec slash driver. It's going to need Neil, Mason, Gavin,
left.
Tony, Alexander, and Justin. How about Bobby Smith now to the top of the board last time by?
3,
Bit of a long lap
2,
there for Nolan with a
1.
30.0. Ryan Nolan needs to find about 3.5, but Bobby Smith looking good to try to set TQ. Everybody is still live. Keep on going, drivers. Everybody's still live. Bobby Smith, Mr. DRC Graphics. If you need bodies painted or stickers done, make sure you check him out.
Ryan Nolan done.
Ryan, you're done. Just barely caught the loop that time through.
Bobby Smith done.
Bobby, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from Greg.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Greg
Taking it
Swiatek
down
done.
is going to be Bobby Smith in the 1, setting out our TQ time with a 13.516. Nolan in the 2, Swiatek in that 3. Gene going to find himself in the top spot for Sportsman Nitro Buggy with a 12.504.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 5 of Spec Slash.
Tony Hall.
Tony Hall's got his work cut out for him today. Looks like you got a whole family of 4 coming for you. Got Alexander, Gavin, Mason, and Neil. Let's see how everything sorts out today.
Neil Schwinzer. Alexander Schwinzer. Mason Schwinzer. Justin Mertz.
All right, we actually have two guys joining us here for Spec Slashed. Bit of a late sign up, but they're going to get all signed up. So I'll go ahead and give them a minute or two to get out there. Should be a good heat here for Spec Slash. The one time Colton's not here, got a whole heat of them. All right, Hez
Gavin
and
Schwinzer.
Hunter, I got you guys dragged in. I'll go ahead and give you guys a minute to get out there. If you guys just want to go ahead and recross the line for me, since I dragged some new people in, just got to get you guys rechecked in.
Justin Mertz. Neil Schwinzer. Alexander Schwinzer. Mason Schwinzer. Tony Hall.
How we looking on marshals out there? Going to need a little help in the marshaling department. Holy cow, that was close. Going to need my marshals from last race, but looks like we got most of them. Going to need one marshal by the ROCCK Racing sign and one over on the left side. Help Bobby out here. Believe we might have a dead truck here. Got one volunteer. All right, we just need one more volunteer marshal, and we'll get going once Hez and Hunter start to make their way out. Once again, I'm going to need one more marshal to make it happen. Still need one volunteer over on this left side. See a whole lot of rampant moving going on out here. Once again, still need one volunteer marshal over on the left side of the track here. All right, how we looking? How we looking? Looks like we might just be screwing something on here. All right, just going to put 1 minute on the clock here, guys. Just want to make sure we get everything started. Keep
Hunter
the program
Moore.
rolling. Hunter, I got you checked in. Hez, if you're out there, if you want to cross the line for me. All right, 45 seconds, 45.
H.E.Z. Moore.
All right, we all set. I don't see any more carnage. Everybody's good. All right, drivers, let's space yourself out. This is going to be a 5-minute race. Remember, you're racing the clock, not each other. Let's take it easy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Got one on the infield in here. He goes on the straightaway, on the straightaway. Looks like Tony's going to play it safe. He's going to wait for all the carnage to unravel itself. It says heat number 5 of Spec Slash. How you doing, Mr. Rick Maroney? Checking in with us on Facebook. Good to see you. Let's see how everything sorts out here, though. Tony Hall has been one of your top contenders. A bit of trouble on the straightaway. I believe that may have been Tony. Trouble over on the far side somewhere. Oh, behind you, Gene. Behind you. Gene, behind you. There's one over on the left side of the track. With 130 down, 330 left to go. With 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go, it was Tony Hall on top of the board. But I believe he had a bit of a mistake, got a little bit caught up with some traffic. Let's see if that's going to shake some things up. Right now, it is Tony Hall still leading the way in that one spot. He's on 8.512. Niels Schweitzer now up to the top spot with a 34.0. His hot lap of the race. Going to take it over with a 5.05. 2.5 ahead of Tony. Hunter Moore now in that 3 spot. Justin Mertz in the 4. Hez in that 5. Mason in the 6. Alexander in the 7. And Gavin rounding out your top 8.
2 minutes left.
Looked like we had one driver take a bit of an alternate line through the pit lane. First time I've seen that. Sorry to hear that out, Rick. We'll keep you in our thoughts and be glad to see you back at some point. Rest yourself up for some good racing here. Coming out next is going to be race number 6 of Sportsman E-Buggy. You know who you are. Got some fast drivers in that race. I believe Brian Gerber set the time to beat with, I think it was like a 13.513 or something along those lines. So let's see how everything sorts out. The battle is on. Hunter starting to make up some time on your leader, Tony Hall, right now. Finds himself in that 2 spot.
1 minute left.
With 1 minute left to go, is there enough time left on the clock to try to secure that TQ spot? Bit of carnage going down right now over the left side. Make sure Gene gets all the steps in today. How about Neil finding himself only a 10th behind your number 2 car of Hunter? Tony trying to get away with this thing right now, but they're keeping him in check. They're only 4 seconds back right now from your leader. Bit of trouble in the double-double.
2, 1.
All clear, all clear. Everybody is still live. Keep on going, keep on going.
Alexander Schwinzer done.
Alex, you're
Moore
done. Hunter, you're done.
Justin Mertz done.
Justin, you're done. Everybody else is still live. Keep on going, Tony. Keep on going, Tony.
Neil Schwinzer done.
Looks like you just barely made it by for a 9-lap pace. Just skating across the line. Got a couple to finish here.
Done.
3 to finish, 3 to finish.
Mason Schwinzer done.
All right, just waiting on a finish from Gavin and Tony.
Gavin Schwinzer done.
Gavin, you're done.
All drivers are
And
finished.
Tony, you're done.
Tony Hall done.
Taking it down is going to be Tony Hall in that number 1 spot. Hunter Moore in that 2. Neil Schweitzer in that 3. Coming out next is going to be race number 6. That is Sportsman E-Buggy. Your TQ time to beat is going to be Brian Gerber with a 13.520. Trouble in the double-double. Trouble in that double-double section. We got 1 car upside down in that double-double.
Steve Hobson.
All clear. Marshall gets them sorted out. Going to need all my drivers from last race to go out to Marshall. Make sure you guys make your way out to Marshall after you're done.
Jamar Keys. David James. Hunter Hayes. John Shaw.
All right, just looking for a check from Mike Vickers and John Graham.
John Graham.
All right, how are we looking on Marshall's out there? Marshall's looking good. All right, drivers. Mike Vickers is out, so everybody is good. You're going to be going on your own clock. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Space yourself out. You guys know what to do. You're racing the clock, not each other. More room is better racing. Right now, with 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go, it is Hunter Hayes to the top of the board. He's on a 12:506. That 13-lap pace set by Brian Gerber is looking stronger and stronger by the minute. But how about Steve Hobson in the 2? Only 2/10 behind your leader, John Shaw, in that 3. 6/10 back from those two. Good battle going on here for the top 3. Even John and David throwing down a battle. They're a 10th apart for that 4th and final spot. Here's some rumblings that Hunter Hayes had some magic put into his car by Ryan Nolan the other day. They were getting some practice in yesterday. Started figuring some stuff out here with that HB ride. Let's see if it pays off here. See if he can find himself near that top spot. He's flirting right now with a 13-lap pace. He needs about 8/10 at best. With 2:45 down, 2:15 left to go.
Two minutes left.
You are clear. You are clear on that kicker. John Shaw right now in that 2, going to find his way ahead of Steve Hobson. But right now, Hunter Hayes only 2 seconds back from Gerber's TQ spot. Trying to do everything right now. He's on a 5:23, needs a 5:20. Needs to try to make up about 3 seconds here to try to lock up that TQ for round number 1. Let's see if he's got enough left in the tank with a $1:30 left to go. Got a shout out here online to our man Mike Vickers, a.k.a. calling him Hotwood. Rick says you know what that means, so I'll just roll with it.
1 minute left.
He says good luck either way. But taking a look back at our racing action, it is still Hunter Hayes. He's on a 5:21.8. Needs about a second right now. I see the wheel nut right below him. There it is. Perfect. Bit of a mistake for your leader. Looks like he might have had just a tiny bobble, but he's on a 5:23. How about Hobson joining the party? 23-1 for him. He's on a 12:505. John Shaw in the 3. David James now in that 4. Looks like John may have had a wheel come off.
3, 2, 1.
That is time. Drivers keep on going until the computer says you're done. Everybody's still live. Everybody's still live. Bit of trouble for Hobson.
John Shaw done.
Getting it a little bit wrong. John Shaw might be able to steal that 2nd overall spot.
Steve Hobson done.
Steve, you're done. Waiting on a finish from 2. It's going to be close at the line here for Hunter. Hunter Hayes comes across. Did he get it is the question.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
David
Taking
James
it down is going to be Hunter Hayes in the one with a 13:521. Just barely missing out TQ over Brian Gerber with a 13:520. John Shaw in that 2. And Steve Hobson rounding out your top 3.
Completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 7. It's going to be open for Drive SCT. Going to be looking for Tony, Chad, Austin, Sean, Rylan, and Bobby Smith. I'll keep sending reminders throughout the day. If you guys are planning on attending our 8th and final race, that is your reminder. We have raffles. We have food included with your entry. That is going to be one race you don't want to miss. I need you guys to get signed up early. You don't have to pay online. Just need to know how many people are going to be showing up for our 8th and final race. Need to make sure we got enough food for everybody.
Tony Hall.
So please, please, please get signed up if you have not already. If you plan on attending June 6th. June 6th. As our drivers start to make their way out there, if you guys were out there racing, make sure you make your way out to Marshall.
Bad chat.
All right, just waiting for a check from Austin and Bobby.
Austin Rubin.
Just looking for a check from Bobby Smith. Bobby Smith. I'll go ahead and give him a 1 minute call. I know he said it might be a little tough for this one. Oh, he's making his way out. Perfect.
Bobby Smith.
All right, looks like everybody's checked in. It's going to be a 5 minute race. Let's take it easy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Actually, hang on. We need marshals. My apologies. Almost missed that. We're going to need two marshals. One in the center, one over on the left side. Let me get some volunteer marshals out there. Apologies, was over here chatting in the booth about race 8. Already getting excited about our last final race on June 6th. All right, there we go. Now we're looking much better. All right, drivers, we're going to be going live in less than 5. Little bit of a drag race off the line here. Bit of trouble at the start, but looks like another guy going to help him out. Let's see how everything sorts out here for our open 4-wheel-drive SCT. Let's see how everything sorts out here. Give these guys a lap or two to get settled in. This class has definitely been picking up some traction recently. Open 4-wheel-drive SCT. See it a lot in the Southeast. A lot of techno rides. Even looked into getting into the class myself. Looks like a fun class to kind of bash around and have some fun. If you're looking to get into it, this is the way to do it right here. But taking a look back at our racing action, it is Ryan Rubel right now at the top of the board. Chad Cup in that too, only 8/10 behind your leader. Austin Rubin now in that top 3. Austin Rubin has his work cut out for him today. Usually one of our top contenders here for 4-wheel-drive SCT. I hear Ryan Nolan's going to break out the 4-wheel-drive SCT out of retirement for our last race, possibly. With 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Great battle going on for that top spot between Rylan and Chad. Looks like Chad got a little bit wrong last lap. Almost getting a little bit swirly coming over the double-double, giving Rubel just a little bit of breathing room. Your leader in that all orange, typically rocking the Mohawk machine, doing everything right now as he makes his way over the double-double section. Chad trying to close the gap, has pedal to the metal right now.
Two minutes left.
Your running order as it reads is Rylan Rubel in the 1, Chad in that 2, Austin in the 3, Bobby in the 4, Sean in that 5, and Tony rounding out your top 6. Your leader upside down looks like got tangled up just a little bit. Will that affect the time for Austin? He had a pretty good gap for that 1 and 2. It was 17 last time by. Who was that? Caught up over on that right side. Whole chunk of cars. Your leader trying to make his way through right now. Almost gets pushed out of the way, but somehow keeps it
1
wheels
minute
to the
left.
ground. Trouble coming on in the straightaway. Gonna give him a little bit of love. Everybody's in full send mode right now. The battle is on for that number 2 spot between Chad and Austin. They're only 4/10 apart. Rylan pretty much just cruising away with this TQ. Letting everybody duke it out while he tries to set the time to beat. How about a 23-3 from your leader? Almost pushing near buggy times. Sean Holloway all the way from the 5th to the 2 last lap. Going to find himself in that 2nd spot. 2 through 5 separated by only
3,
maybe 5
2,
seconds at best.
1.
Everybody's still live. Everybody's still live. Next time you cross, you will be done.
Bobby Smith done.
Bobby, you're done. Everybody else is still live.
Sean Holloway done. Ripon
Sean,
Rylan
you're
Rubel
done. Rylan, you're done.
Austin Rubin done.
Austin, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from Tony. Tony last to finish.
Tony Hall done.
And Tony, you're done. Ticking it down. It's going to be Rylan Rubel setting the pace with a 13.517. Going to be a pretty hard time to beat right there. Bobby Smith in that 2,
All
and
drivers are
Chad
finished.
Cup actually going to drop right there. So it's going to leave Sean in that top 3.
The race is completed.
All right, going to need all my marshals from last race. You guys know who you are. Coming out next is going to be race number 8 of Open E-Truggy. Might need a volunteer or 2 out there if you guys want to go and help us out.
Brian Gerber. J.C. Hunt. Dave Fabel. Bentley Raper. Greg Swiatek.
Let's take it easy on my marshals as they start to make their way out now.
David James.
Definitely a good one to watch, Rick, is 4-drive SCT. You're not wrong there. A lot of beating and banging and going on in that class, but that's what they're made for. Just waiting on a check from Steve, Brandon, and Rylan.
Brandon Smith. Steve Hobson.
Just going to need one volunteer over in that right side cone. Over in the middle on that right side, need one volunteer. All right, just waiting on a check from Rylan. And while we go ahead and get him checked in, just need one volunteer over on the right side of the track. One volunteer marshal, and we can get this program going. Let's do an all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Going to need one volunteer marshal over on that right side cone. Need one volunteer marshal. Let's keep this show rolling. Need one over on that right side. Need one marshal over on that right side, guys. One volunteer marshal. Let's make it happen over on that right side. Looks like John's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. All right, driver, it's going to be a 5-minute qualifier. Space yourself out. There's quite a few truggies in this. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Just a reminder, this is a bit of a mix of open e-truggy and sportsman e-truggy. I'll call you out as I see it. Looking like true professionals, though. Everybody giving themselves space. That's what I like to see. With 1:15 down, 3:45 left to go. Leading now our open e-truggy is Rylan Rubo. You know his colors. The iconic orange making his way through right now. He's on a 13.501. JC Hunt in that 2. Greg Swiatek now in that number 3. Taking a look back at our sportsman e-truggy is Brian Gerber with a 13.514. Steve Hobson finds himself in the 2. Tell you what, Hobson's been a pretty good qualifier here in these series. Just had a couple of unfortunate events come the main times, but definitely one you don't want to count out. He's got a fast truck out there right now. He finds himself 9/10 behind our leader for Sportsman E-Truck. Dave Fable now in that 3. Just as I say that, hops into the top of the board now. That is your white. My apologies, not white, but it's going to be blue with the orange stripe up the middle. Just barely manages to get by right there. I believe that was Brian. How about a 23.7 hot lap of the race right there for your leader? You got 2 coming, Bobby. 2 coming. With 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. We are at that halfway mark. Coming out next is going to be race number 9 of Open Nitro Truggy. Going to be looking for Chad, Tim, and John.
Two minutes left.
Right now, it is still Rubel, JC, and Greg. Not too much changing in our open e-truggy, but right now it is still Hobson leading out the board for Sportsman e-truggy. He's on a 13.521, only driver on a 13-lap pace as well. Trying to set a pretty good time here. That would put him right around times with JC and Greg, so good run from your leader right now. Brian Gerber still on a 12.510, not a bad run from him as well. Dave Fable now in the 3, James in that 4, Bentley in the 5, and Brandon rounding out your top 6. Brian Gerber starting to make a bit of a charge here, but don't count out Dave Fable as well. Your 2 and 3 are only 4 seconds back from your leader. But Brian is closing that gap, and he's closing it fast right now. He had a 23.4 last time by. Let's see what he can back it up with here. How about a 23.2, even faster that time through? Going to steal away that top spot from Hobson by only 0.2. Looks like your leader just got it a little bit wrong. Hobson's got to try to close that gap. Rylan going for a little bit of a tumble. Managed to get it all figured out, though. This battle between Hobson and Gerber is raging on right now. Bit of a long lap for Hobson. Now Dave Fable up to the 2. He's only 1.3 back from your leader, Brian Gerber, who wants that top spot for Sportsman e-truggy. Oh, man, it is changing every lap. Now Steve Hobson up to the 2. He comes across the line. He's 1.1 back from Gerber. Dave Fable only 1.2 back from your leader as well.
Bentley Raper done. Ripon Rylan Rubel done.
Rylan and Bentley, you're the only 2 done. Everybody else is still live. Keep on going. Keep on going. Trouble on the straightaway. Keep on going. Keep on going. You're still live.
Brian Gerber done.
Everybody's still live. Brian, you're done.
Dave Fable done.
Dave, you're done.
Steve Hobson done.
Steve Hobson, you're done.
Greg Swiatek done.
Greg, you're done. You will be finished when you
JC
cross the
Hunt
line.
done.
Waiting on 2. Waiting on 2. Two trucks to finish. 2 trucks to finish here.
Brandon Smith done.
Brandon, you're done. And David, you're
All
done.
drivers are finished.
And taking it down
David
for
James
open
done.
e-truggy is Ripon, Rylan, Rubel in the 1. Greg in that 2. JC in that 3. Looks like Greg's going to snatch it away in that last lap. Brian Gerber going to hold on to that top spot with a 5.06. Steve Hobson not too far back with a 5.07. And Dave rounding out your top 3 for Sportsman e-truggy.
The race is completed.
John, no rush at all. Go ahead and give you a minute or 2. I know you're out there helping us, Marshall. We thank you very much for that. It's going to be our final race of qualifier number 1. It's going to be Open Nitro Truggy looking for Chad, Tim, and John. Going to need my marshals from last race. Just a reminder, I'm going to be blowing off the track, putting just a little bit of water on the track in between rounds. Try to do my best to keep it off the line. Any spots that have a decent bit of water out there, won't water those. Pretty much just trying to hit a couple of spots that are a little dry.
Tim Brisbane.
Looks like Tim is checked in. John's starting to make his way out now. Thank you once again for marshaling. We do appreciate it. Looks like Chad, Mr. N2RC himself, is starting to make his way out now as well. Just needed a bit of a top off on fuel.
John Shaw.
Looking pretty set on marshals. Thank you very much, guys. All right, next time Chad comes across, I'll make our 30-second call.
Bad Chad.
All right, everybody's checked in. 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds. Bring them in for fuel if you need them. Whoa, had a bit of a wheel go flying off there. Somebody got a spare wheel nut and a wheel wrench for Mr. Chad Cup. Oh, they even found the wheel nut out there. Look at that. As they get that wheel back on. Jacob making sure all the rest of them are tight. All good, all good. All right, let's get them fueled up. Let's get them fueled up. All right. Next time by, you guys will be live. Next time by, you will be live. And we're going to be going live in less. Oh. Going to be going live in less than 5. Trouble on that straightaway. With 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go, it is Tim Brisbane at the top of the board. John in at 2, Chad in at number 3. Right now, Tim Brisbane in that all blue truck. Bit of trouble, almost finds himself onto the start of pit lane. Marshall trying to get him going once again. Almost getting caught up in the same spot right there with 210 down, 250 left to go. It is still Tim, John, and Chad, your top 3. Chad right now trying to steal away that spot from Shaw. He is only 6/10 back for that number 2 spot. 23-0 for Chad. How about a 22-4 from Tim? John on a 23-3. These guys right now running some good, clean, consistent laps. Gotta say, I am pretty impressed with Tim's driving over that kicker. That's been a tough spot for a lot of drivers, but he's got a lot of pop in that truck. Not sure what setup he found, but he's got something right in there. You can see he can just get it right up and over. Even John got a little bit of pop in his truggy as well. Looks like John's now going to sneak back into that number 2 ahead of Chad. Only 1.3 ahead of Chad Cup.
One minute left.
With 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. Bit of trouble in the middle. That was going to be Chad, but it looks like he gets him going once again.
Three, two, one.
And that is the clock. Keep on going until the computer says you're done. Looks like Tim got a little bit swirly coming through that center section. Gives a little bit of a wall ride.
Tim Brisbane done.
Tim Brisbane, you're done.
Bad Chad done.
Chad, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from John.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished. Taking
John
it down
Shaw
is going to be Tim setting RTQ's time with a 13.514 right there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take about a 10 to 15 minute break. We're going to go ahead and get the track blown off, get it watered out there. Got any members of my track maintenance crew out there? Go ahead and get started on that.
The race is completed.
Just be careful over that crossover, Jacob. I heard it's a little slick over there. I don't think we need too much water on that. All right, the time is now 12:51. Let's go ahead and aim for a 1 o'clock start. That'll give us just a little bit of time to get our track dried out and get ready for our round number 2. Also, qualifier number 2 should be live. The only thing that changed with qualifier number 2 is the Sportsman e-buggy. If you guys were in the A or B sort, I went ahead and resorted it. So it should be that you're in the appropriate heats now. So just double check if you guys are in Sportsman e-buggy. You may have moved around from race 3 to race 6. Once again, we're going to be aiming for a 1 o'clock start. That is about 8 minutes away. Starting us off is going to be our junior novice, going to be looking for Colby and Griffin. We are about 5 minutes away from our round number 2 start. Going to be looking for Colby and Griffin for junior novice. All right, drivers, it is 1 o'clock. Let's start getting them out there for junior novice. Gonna need my marshals from Nitro Trucking, maybe a couple more if we get a few volunteers out there. Only got 2 young guys out there. Give them a little bit of help out there. All right, looks like we got Griffin out there just waiting for Colby to start making his way out. Looks like he's getting himself all set up.
Griffin Mertz.
Once again, just going to need a few marshals out there. As long as we got our main portions covered. Only got 2 of these young guys out here. Looks like Colby's starting to make his way out now as well. We just want to get one at the start of the straightaway.
Colby Hunt.
All right, thank you guys very much for the volunteer help. We appreciate it. Need one over on that right side. Looks like Brandon's going to help us out, though. Thank you very much, sir. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 5-minute race. Just take it easy. Spread yourself out. I'm going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for junior novice 15 and under. Looks like a bit of trouble here for Griffin. Let's see if we can get him going once again. Right now, it looks like Colby is trying to figure out what he's going to do here, waiting for Griffin. What great sportsmanship here. Wants to give him a fair race for this round number 2. Looks like trying to get Griffin going once again. Justin working hard on that thing, trying to figure out what's wrong with it. Clock slowly ticking away right now. Getting him back out there. And we're off and going once again. Very nice sportsmanship there for Colby. He wants this to be a shootout. We are a little more than halfway right now as Griffin's starting to make his first lap. Here he goes. And here goes Colby in that dark green truggy. And the battle is on. Looks like the TQ time to beat was Colby in a 10.5 flat.
2 minutes left.
Griffin getting a little bit sideways. Luckily. Right now it is Colby leading the way. He's on a 5.607. Griffin in that 2 on a 3.505.
1 minute left.
These two drivers trying to get it done here for Junior Novice. Coming out next is going to be race number 2 of Open E-Buggy. You know who you are. Going to be looking for Ryan, Rylan, Bobby, JC, Greg, and Chad. Actually, I take that back. I believe Bobby said he was going to be out. Just need to get some shocks going. Little whip for the fans right there from Colby. Airing it out over that kicker right there. Looks like
3,
Griffin got it just a
2,
little bit wrong over that
1.
kicker section. You will be done when you cross the line.
Griffin Mertz done.
Griffin, you're done.
All drivers are finished.
Colby, you're done.
Colby Hunt done.
Taking it down is going to be Colby Hunt in the 1, Griffin in that 2. Coming
The
out
race is
next,
completed.
it is going to be Open E-Buggy race number 2. Going to need a little bit of help in the marshaling department. If you guys want to stick out there, help me out, that'd be much appreciated. Going to be looking for Ryan, Rubel, JC, Greg, Chad, and Nolan. Coming out next. Thank you guys very much for helping me out there. Staying out there, just going to need one on that far right side, and we should be pretty much good for marshals. Here we go with some of our fast drivers. Ryland might be sticking this one out, so Nolan right now trying to secure that top spot.
Greg
This is
Swiatek.
definitely one of the races to watch, though. These guys are fast out here. Got to check from Greg. Need to check from everybody else.
Ryan Noland. JC Hunt.
All right, just need a check from Chad Cup. Chad Cup. Go ahead and give him the 1 minute call. Rylan, how we looking out there? Is he deep into it? All right, I'll let you go check because I got a minute call anyways for Chad. All right, 1 minute on the clock. 1 minute on the clock. Looking like our TQ time to beat is going to be Ryan Noland with a 13:503.3. Good time set from him right there. And 30 seconds, 30 seconds. See if we got any action going on outside on the booth. Looks like Chad is making his way out now. No go for Ryland. All right, I'll stop on the straightaway. I'll stop on the straightaway. Chad, if you want to go ahead and get your lap. Just getting the crashes out early. No problem. No problem.
Bad chat.
I'll go ahead and let you get lined up here. My driver is going to be a 5-minute race. Let's take it easy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for race number 2. TQ time to beat is Ryan Noland with a 13:503. It's going to be a good one to watch here. Let's see if JC, Chad, or Greg has anything for this time, but that's going to be a tough one to beat. Going to need to string together some pretty good laps here. Right now, it is Ryan Nolan at the top of the board. JC Hunt in that 2. Chad Cup in the 3. Greg Swiatek rounding out your top 4. JC right now only 1.4 back from Ryan. JC starting to string together some pretty good laps here. JC is going to be in your yellow wing buggy coming down the straightaway now. Starting to chip away at that leader's pace right now. He's only 3.1 back from Ryan Noland. Ryan almost getting it wrong right there. Got a little swirly. Squares it up, though. We are 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Coming out next is going to be race number 3. Going to need my guys from Sportsman E-Buggy. That is going to be David, Brandon, John, Bentley, Mike, and Jamar. But taking a look back at our racing action, it's still Ryan flirting with that 14-lap pace. He's trying to get it, trying to set himself a nice TQ time in dominating fashion. Looks like Ryan's
2
starting to
minutes
gain
left.
slightly on JC. It was about 3.5. Now it's about 5. Just slowly starting to stretch out that lead. He's just barely up on his pace right now. He's on a 5:02. His last set time was a 5:03. Consistency is what matters, though. With 3:30 down, 1:30 left to go. Looks like
1
Ryan
minute
Nolan's
left.
going to drop back just a little bit. That last lap had a 27.3. JC still in that too. Ran a 23.2, though. He's starting to close that gap on Nolan. Does he have enough time to make it happen? Chad Cup finds himself in that 3. Looks like Greg might be out early. You're 1, 2, and 3 staying pretty consistent out there. Closest battle is 14 seconds. Looks like Nolan is going to try to lock
3,
up TQ right
2,
here.
1.
Pretty much almost running a dead even pace.
Ryan Nolan done.
Ryan Nolan, you are done. Last 2 to finish. You will be done when you cross the line.
Bad Chad done.
Chad, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from JC.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers
JC
are finished.
done.
Taking it down is going to be Ryan Nolan in the 1, JC in that 2, and Chad rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 3 of Sportsman E-Buggy. Going to be looking for David, Brandon, John, Bentley, Mike,
Raper.
and Jamar. Need my marshals out there. If you were racing last race, even if you were out, I
Jamar
need you
G.
guys out there to marshal.
Brandon Knotzer.
Let's start getting my marshals out there from last race. Even if you guys weren't out there, I still need you out to marshal. Going to be looking for Ryan, JC, Chad, Greg, Rylan, and Bobby. If you guys are out, able to marshal. All right, looks like David and Mike just need a minute.
John Graham.
How are we looking on marshals? Going to need 1 marshal in the middle, 1 marshal in that middle cone. Thank you very much, sir. Tony Hall helping us out. See quite a few of you guys volunteering. Thank you very much. Keeping the program moving along. All right, looks like we just got 1 on the way here. When you come down, if you just want to cross the line, park it behind, we'll get going. Mike or David, if you're out there, just cross the line for me. Just want to make sure you get checked in.
Mike Vickers.
All right, Mike, you're good? All right, just waiting on David. Waiting on David. See one running out now. Just want to cross the line for me and park it behind the line.
David James.
All right, you're all checked. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 5-minute race. Let's take it easy. Spread yourself out. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Sportsman e-buggy. Let's see how this starts out. Who wants to make the show is the question. We take 8 and bump 2. Now's the time to try to lay it down and make it to that top 2. Or I should say top 8 in this case. My apologies. Thinking about bump ups being top 2. Looks like Jamar Keys is going to lead us off here. Good to see some faces we haven't seen in a while. Glad to have you guys out on this beautiful day here in Knoxville. With 1 minute down, 3:50 left to go, it is Jamar Keys to the top of the board at 12:5:20. Not a bad pace right there. Trouble under the crossover. One more coming, one more coming. Holy cow, that was a little scary coming through there. Chad almost having some sense knocked into him in that crossover section. Right now, with 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go, it is still Jamar leading the way. Mike Vickers in that 2. Brandon Connoisseur in that 3. How about David James down to the top 3? Jamar looking really good out there right now. He's on a 12:5:15, running clean and consistent laps. Gave him a little bit of a curse right there as he gets over the kicker. Gets a little bit wrong. Doesn't look like it was too bad, though. Marshall got him pretty quick. Hot lap of the race is going to go to Mike Vickers with a 25:4. Coming out next is going to be Open Nitro Buggy. Going to be looking for Bobby, Ryan, Gene, and Greg. .345 down, 1:15 left to go. Not too much is changing. The closest battle on the track is between Bentley and Brandon. Those two separated by only about 3 seconds on the clock.
1 minute left.
One going flying at the end of the straightaway there. That was a pretty loud thump. I heard that all the way up in the booth up here. Let's take a lap around with your leader, Jamar Keith. He's rocking the all red ride right there. Coming through the double-double now. Gets it into the pipe just a little bit. Almost looked like he carried his momentum off. It's kind of cool. As he makes his way now over the crossover. Over that tricky kicker section. Keeping it tight. Nice good line right there. Onto the straightaway he goes.
3, 2, 1. Bentley Raper done.
Bentley, you're the only one done. Everybody else is still live.
Brandon Knotzer done.
When you cross the line, you will be finished.
Mike Vickers done.
Just waiting on a finish from Jamar and David. Last two to finish.
David James done.
David, you're
All
done.
drivers are
And
finished.
Jamar, you're done. Hopefully,
Jamar
I
Keys done.
think Jamar might have broke on the last lap. That's what it looks like. Luckily, makes it across the line with a pretty decent time nonetheless. Mike Vickers in that too, and David James rounding out your
The
top
race is
three.
completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 4, Open Nitro Buggy. If you're out there racing, need you guys out there to marshal. We're going to be looking for Gene, Bobby, Ryan, and Greg.
Bobby Smith. Jean Sabatier.
All right, need my marshals out there. If you guys were racing last race, I need you out to marshal. I also might need 1 or 2 volunteers. Need all my racers from last race. That is going to be Jamar, Mike, David, Bentley, Brandon, and John. If you heard your name, you should be out there marshaling. All right, looks like we need one more marshal, one more marshal. We should have had plenty of guys. Once again, I need Jamar, Mike, David, Bentley, Brandon, and John. If you guys heard your name, go out and marshal. Need one for that middle cone. Need one for the middle cone.
Ryan Noland. Greg Swiatek.
All right, looks like we're looking pretty good on marshals. All right, 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds. Let's bring them in for fuel. Bring them in for fuel. Twenty seconds, drivers. All right, Ryan, I'm probably going to have you start us off here. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go. Let's see how everything sorts out here for Open Nitro Buggy. The TQ time to beat was Bobby Smith of the 13-5-16 last round. Let's give these guys a little bit of time to settle in here, see how everything sorts out. Right now, with 115 down, it is Bobby Smith leading the way. He's on a 13-505, looking to reset his own time of a 515. Bringing some serious pace here today. Ryan Nolan in that too. He's on a 507. Greg Swiatek in the 3 with a 12-5-24. How about Gene now in 12-5-08? Starting to find himself in that fight. We are just at that halfway point. Right now, Ryan Nolan going to sneak back to the top of the board. He's on a 13-5-15. Just barely ahead on a reset. Bobby Smith, though, don't count him out just yet. He's only 4.5 back from your leader. Finds himself back on a 13, but how about a 22-3 from Ryan Nolan? Starting to try to gap away that top spot from Bobby Smith. With 2 minutes left to go. Year 1, 2, and 3, Ryan, Bobby, and Greg. Gene running some pretty clean laps here. He's on a 12-5-03. Getting himself now to the 23 club. 23-9 for Gene. Looks like Bobby's starting to find some serious pace here. He ran a 23-4, his hot lap of the race. Trying to reel in Noland right now. He's got to try to get away from him on track, though, as that is Noland right behind him. He needs to try to find maybe 4 seconds out there to try to secure that top spot away. With only 1 minute left, time is ticking. How is this going to sort out? Coming out next is going to be race number 5, Spec Slash. You know who you are. Start getting ready if you are a Spec Slash driver. Looks like Nolan got past Bobby Smith. Trying to get away more and more with this TQ time. He just got to try to keep the wheels down to the ground at this point.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody's still live. Keep on going. Keep on going.
Ryan Nolan done.
Ryan, you're done. Bobby, you will still be live. Keep on going.
Gene Sabatier done.
Gene, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from Greg and Bobby. You will be done when you cross the line.
Greg Swiatek done.
Greg, you're done. One to finish. One to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished. How about a 22.9 from Bobby on the last one? Good lap right there from him. Taking it down, though, is going to be Ryan Nolan in the 1. Bobby going to round out your 2. Greg in the 3. Gene going to take down that top spot for Sportsman Nitro Buggy with a 12.510. Coming out next is going to be Spec Slash. Going to be looking for Tony, Hunter, Neil, Hez, Justin, Mason, Alexander, and Gavin.
Neil Schwinzer. Hunter Moore.
Got one stuck at the end of the straightaway. Gonna need all my racers from last race and maybe 2 more.
Tony Hall.
Let's get our volunteer marshals out there. Keep this program going. It's only Spec Slash out there. Shouldn't be too bad. Most of the time, these guys find themselves marshaling themselves anyways.
Mason Schwinzer. Justin Mertz.
Still have quite a few unchecked. Make sure you guys cross the line.
Alexander Schwinzer.
All right, looking pretty good on marshals. Thank you very much, guys, for getting out there quick. Ryan, if you want to just help me one of the early races early on, I'd appreciate that. Should be good. All right, just waiting for a check from Gavin.
Gavin Schwinzer.
All right, looks like we're all checked. All right, make sure you guys are behind that hump right there. Just don't want to make sure anybody's crossing the line too early. All right, looks like we're getting it all sorted. All right, once again, guys, you're racing the clock, not each other. Make sure you space yourself out. It doesn't have to be a drag race off the line. It looks like we got one sideways. All right, all good. All right, drivers, it's going to be 5 minutes. We're going to be going live in less than 5. One at the end of the straightaway. Trouble at the end of the straightaway. Hunter and Tony trying to play it smart, letting everybody go early on. One stuck up on that kicker. All clear. Right now, your current TQ time to beat is Tony Hall with a 9.535. Hunter Moore was looking racy in that last race. Let's see how he sorts out here. Trouble over that kicker. Trouble on the kicker. Got two coming, two coming. All right, you got one more truck coming, Tim, and you should be clear after this. Right now, with 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go, does Hunter Moore to the top of the board, 9-5-13. Tony Hall on a 9-5-13 as well. 1-10 separates 1 and 2. It is still anybody's battle for that top spot right now. They are both on a reset. So who wants the TQ honors? Who wants the extra point is the question. One stuck in that double-double.
Two minutes left.
Right now, Hunter Moore doing everything right. Starting to find a bit of a gap on Tony Hall. He's got about a 5.5 second gap for that top spot. On a very good reset as well. Just as I say that, though, going to drop down to a 5:14. Tony Hall is going to close that gap to 2.5. How about 2.0? Hot lap of the race for Tony. One stuck over past that double-double. Trouble on the straightaway. Trouble on the straightaway. All clear, all clear. I believe that may have been Tony Hall.
1 minute left.
Bit of a rough lap here for your leader. How is that going to set up Hunter Moore? Is he going to be able to hang on? How about Hez joining the mix? He's into that top 3 spot. Your running order is Tony, Hunter, Hez, Justin, Alexander, Neil, Mason, and Gavin. Right now, though, Hunter on a reset. He's on a 9.525. Needs to beat out a 5.35. That kicker has been a brutal spot to some of these spec slashes. I'm surprised some of these guys aren't rolling it.
3, 2, 1.
Keep on going, drivers. Keep on going. Hunter, you are still live. You made it by.
Justin Mertz done. Neil Schwinzer done.
Justin and Neil, you're only 2 done.
Gavin Schwinzer done.
Gavin, you're done. You will be done when you cross the
Tony Hall
line.
done. Alexander Schwinzer done.
Waiting on a finish from 3.
Mason Schwinzer done.
Waiting on Hunter and Hez to finish.
Hunter Moore done.
Hunter, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from Hez. 1 to finish, 1 to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And taking it down in a new reset is going to be Hunter Moore with a 9.524. Tony going to come home in that number 2, and Hez rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 6 of Sportsman E-Buggy. Going to be looking for Brian, Hunter, John, Austin, Steve, Brandon, Dave, and Brandon Smith. Let's take it easy as my marshals start to make their way out. Once again, huge shout out to my volunteer marshals. You guys are helping keeping the program moving along. That is always one of the toughest parts about some of these club race days, and you guys are killing it today. Much appreciated. Also, a quick reminder once again, if you guys plan on attending our race June 6th, that is 2 weeks away. Make sure you guys get signed up. We're more or less just looking for a head count. as we are going to be serving food. That comes included with your entries to racing. So as long as you're entered the race on June 6th, you will get a food ticket. We're more or less just trying to figure out how much food we're going to need to bring. Want to make sure we bring enough, but not too much. So please get signed up. But taking a look back at our race, we're just looking for a check from Austin. Steve, you're good. Just waiting for a check from Austin and Brandon Smith. All right, all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Just looking for a check from Austin Rubin. Austin Rubin, if you're out there, go ahead and give you a 1 minute call. I believe I see him out there, though.
Austin Rubin.
Yep, you're all good, Austin. Looking good on Marshalls. All right, drivers, TQ time to beat is going to be Brian with a 13.520. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Space yourself out. You're racing the clock, not each other. Trouble at the end of the straightaway. With 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go, it is showing Brian Gerber to the top of the board. How about Brandon Good now to the top of the board? He's on a 12.504. Not good enough for a reset, but he's close. One in the double-double. One in the double-double. You got a couple coming. Looks like John might be out early. He was on a good run. With 140 down, 320 left to go. We're 220 down, 240 left to go. We're almost at that halfway mark. It is still Brian Gerber leading the way, trying to secure up a TQ time. He was on a 13.520, and that's looking really strong. Let's see if Hunter Hayes has anything to say about it right now. Let's take a lap around with your leader, Brian Gerber. I believe
2 minutes
Brian,
left.
you're all white. Coming over the kicker now. Here he goes down the straightaway. Over the double-double now. Trouble in the roller section. Long lap here for Hunter. Where is Hunter at is the question. Hopefully he didn't miss a lap. Haven't seen him. There he is, coming across the line now. Just a bit of a long lap. How about a 23-4 for Steve? That's going to pop him now into that number 3 spot. Brandon Good now in the 4. Dave Fable in that 5. Looks like Brian right now just trying to smooth sail. Pretty much getting practice in for the main at this point, but his buggy's looking dialed out there. Looking super easy to drive. Not too much is changing right now. Pretty good spread across the board. Closest battle is between Steve and Hunter. Steve now going to move on up to that number 2 spot. Hunter in the 3. They're only separated by about a 10th at best. Everybody's still live. Keep on going. Keep on going.
Dave Fable done. Brian Gerber done. Austin Rubin done.
You will be done when you
Steve
cross the
Hobson
line.
done. Hunter Hayes done.
Waiting on 2 to
Brandon
finish.
Smith done.
Waiting on 1. 1 to finish. 1 to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Brandon
Taking it down is going to be Brian Gerber with a 12.5 flat, just barely missing a 13-lap pace, but still good enough for a TQ time. Hunter Hayes in the 2, Steve Hobson in that 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 7. Going to be looking for my drivers for Open 4-Drive SET. If you guys were racing last race, need you out there to marshal.
Rip and Rylan Rubel. Bobby Smith. Tony Hall. Sean Holloway. Bad Chad. Austin Rubin.
Alrighty, that is everybody checked. Everybody's checked.
All stop on the straight.
All right, how are we looking on Marshall's out there? Marshall's looking good. Make sure you guys are behind that line, or behind that jump, I should say. I just want to make sure nobody catches the line too early. Our drivers are going to be a 5-minute qual. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Open 4-Drive SCT. TQ time to beat was Rippin' Rylan Rubel. He was on a 13.517 on the first time out. Let's see if he can better that pace, or if anybody's got anything for that pace. That's a pretty strong time here in 4-Drive SCT.
We got 1 minute down. We got Austin up on top. Correction, there we got Chad up on top. Ryland to 2, Austin to 3. Fast lap of the race, Austin Rubin 23.6. Brian Rubel says, I'll take that fast lap and the top spot back with a 23.5. Austin Rubin bumping it back up to that number 2. Chad Cup dropping to the 3. Yeah, time behind. That's your leader coming by the stripe right now, coming over the double section in the all orange. I believe he still has 3 reflexes and 1 pin tire on there. Looks like a little bumping and grinding going through that center section. Still got Ryan Rubel up top. Chad Cup to the 2. Bobby Smith now bumping it up to the 3. Bobby Smith laying down a heater, 25.4. That's his fast lap of the race, bumping himself up to that number 3 spot. Austin Rubin falling to the 4. Sean Holloway in the 5. Tony Hall in the 6. Rylan Rubel playing strong arm down, coming down the straightaway on the inside of Tony Hall, coming through the center section. Trouble in that crossover. Trouble in that crossover. All clear. Austin Rubin bumping it back up to that number 3 spot. Your leader, Ryan Rubel, is currently on a 13.514. That is 3 seconds faster than his TQ. Chad Cups on a 12.506. Austin's on a 12.519. Bobby Smith now taking over that number 3 spot. Austin taking it back, says, no, I want that number 3. I'm looking for that last spot on the podium block. Ryland has an 11-second lead over Chad. Austin's 4 seconds behind him. Bobby Smith's a second behind Austin. So your closest battle on the track is for that last spot on the box. Things are shaping up to be a good main. Trouble in that crossover. Coming up next, race number 8, Open E Truggy. You should be getting them ready. Oh, that is your leader upside down, having some trouble. Back on all 4. Still got 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Ryland still on a 13.512. Chad Cups on a 12.506. Cuts that lead that Ryland had down to under 10 seconds. Let's see if he can cut it in half a little more here. That looks like Austin Rubin. Nope, that's Bobby Smith with some trouble coming off the stand. Somebody's trying to leave the park down there. I believe that's Austin Rubin. He's smiling about it, though.
This race is coming to a close quick with 15 seconds left to go. It is still Rylan Rubel leading the way. Not good enough for a reset right now on a 5:20, but still a solid time nonetheless. Chad Cup finds himself in that 2. Pretty solid run from him right here.
1.
Austin Rubin rounding out your top 3. Sean in that 4 and Tony in the 5. Tony, you are still live. Keep on going. Keep on going.
Bad Chad done.
Chad, you're the only one done. When you cross the line, you will be finished.
Sean Holloway done. Ripon Rylan Rubel done. Austin Rubin done.
Waiting on one to finish. One to finish. Tony, last one to finish. Get him a little bit of help. A little bit of help. And Tony's done. Taking it down is going to be Rylan Rubel in that 1, Chad in the 2, and Austin Rubin rounding out your top 3. Coming out next is going to be race 8 of Open E Truggy. Lots of truggies out there, so let's take it easy on our marshals starting to make their way out there. If you're in that last race, I need you guys out to marshal.
Greg Swiatek. JC Hunt. Steve Hobson. Ripon Rylan Rubel. Brian Gerber. Dave Fabel. David James. Bentley Raper.
All right, just waiting on a check from Brandon Smith. Brandon Smith, if you're out there, go ahead and give your minute call. How are we looking on Marshall's out there? Marshall's looking pretty good. Thank you very much, guys, for getting out quick. Looks like Brandon Smith's starting to make his way out now. All right, let's do an all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway.
Brandon Smith.
Somebody almost clearing the pipe right there. Almost made it back onto the straightaway. I believe that may have been Hobson. All right, everybody looks pretty happy with where they're at. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 5-minute race. Let's take it easy. Spread yourself out. You're racing the clock, not each other. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Steve Hobson getting it wrong early on. Marshall trying to get him going once again. How is everything going to sort out? I believe Rubel may have gotten it wrong too. I have a good feeling things are going to change quite quick this race. I see a whole lot of people moving around the board right now. Trouble in the crossover. Trouble in the crossover. All clear. All clear. Right now, your running order for open E-Trug is going to be Greg Swiatek to the top of the board, JC Hunt in that 2, Rylan Rubel in the 3. How about Rylan Rubel now with a 22-7 going to find himself now to the top of the board. Taking a look back at our Sportsman E-Trug, it's Dave Fable from the 6 to the 1. Brian Gerber in that 2, Steve Hobson in that 3, David James in the 4, and Bentley rounding out your top 5. Lots of cars changing right now. Bit of trouble over the roller section. I see all sorts of cars upside down right now. with 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. We're at that halfway point. Right now it is Brian Gerber to the top of the board. How about Brian Gerber having a killer day today? He's on a 13-lap pace, even contending right now with Greg Swiatek and Open Etruggy. Those two are separated by only a second, but how about even Greg Swiatek now finds himself in that top spot? Just like I predicted here, lots of changes going on right now in both Open Etruggy and Sportsman Etruggy. This is going to shake some things up going into the mains. Your leader, Greg, he's in that orange and white coming through that center section right now. Gets it through smooth. That truck making those bumps look like they don't even exist out there. He's figuring something out with this truggy because it looks good right now. Take a lap around with Brian Gerber next time by. He is your leader for Sportsman Etruggy. Right now, I believe he's your current TQ setter for your Sportsman E-Buggy, but a bit of a long lap right now. Steve Hobson now only a 10th back from Brian Gerber. Gerber had a huge lead going on, most likely even a TQ reset. What is the time they are chasing right now? Let's take a look here.
1 minute left.
With only 1 minute left to go. Looks like he was trying to reset a 5:06. Steve Hobson on a 5:08. He needs maybe 2 seconds to make the TQ happen. Try to steal it away from Brian Gerber. With 4:30 down and 30 seconds left to go, everything is changing. Greg Swiatek going to drop to the 2, but he's still in the hunt right now for Rylan Rubel. Great run from him nonetheless. Rylan getting a little bit wrong. Trouble in the middle, trouble in the middle. Stuck in a tough spot there for Rylan. Trouble in the crossover. All clear.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody is still alive. Everybody is still alive. Keep on going. Keep on going. Rylan, you're the only one done. Steve Hobson, you're done. Everybody else will be done when you cross the line.
JC Hunt done.
JC Hunt, you're done. Brian, you're done.
Dave Fabel done. Bentley Raper done. Brandon Smith done. Greg Swiatek done. All
and everybody's finished. Taking
David
it
James
down
done.
in Open Etruggy. It was Greg Swiatek on the last lap with a 13.519. Not good enough for a reset, but still really solid run nonetheless. Rylan Rubel in that 2, JC Hunt in a 3. Taking a look back at our Sportsman Etruggy with Steve Hobson on a reset. Going to take over the top spot from Brian Gerber. Brian's going to finish in the 2, and Dave rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out now is going to be our last race of the round. Going to be looking for our Open Nitro Truggy drivers. Going to need Tim, John, and Chad. Looks like we got Ken joining the party just in time to watch Tim run some laps out there. Good to see you guys out here joining us.
Bad Chad.
Looking good on Marshall's out there as these guys start to get checked in.
John Shaw.
Just waiting on a check from Tim. When you come across the line, I'll give a 30-second call.
Tim Brisbane.
All right, Tim, you're checked in. All right, 30 seconds on the clock, driver. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Bring him in for fuel if you need him. Bring him in for fuel if you need it. All right, Chad, if you want to get going, I'll have you start us off. All right, drivers, we're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go. Chad Cup leading the way. Tim Brisbane in that 2 and John in that 3. Rounding us out here. TQ time to beat is Tim Brisbane with a 13.514. Pretty strong time set from him in round number 1. Let's see how everything sorts out here. Is it going to be Chad Cup, Mr. N2RC? Is it going to be our TQ setter in that all blue truck of Tim? Or is it going to be John just lurking right now in that number 3 spot, letting these guys get into each other and taking over the top spot? How is this going to sort out? Right now, though, it looks like Chad is doing everything right. He's on an early 13.505 pace, trying to steal away that TQ spot. How about John? He's on a reset as well. He's on a 13.514.8. Trouble over on the left side. That was Chad Cup. Looks like Tim is going to get caught up. Just like I said, John just lurking in that number 3 right now. They both got caught up. Now he should shoot up to the top of the board. Yes, he does. John now on a 13.515. Needs about a second to try to snipe away that TQ. Right now, though, John doing everything right. He's in that white and orange. Coming over the crossover now. Almost getting it wrong over the kicker. Goes 2 wheels. Tries to save himself. Just that little mistake is all it took. Tim Brisbane going to now jump back up to the top of the board. He's on a 13.516. Trying to get himself on a reset. Chad needs to find a way by right now. Get by, build up a little bit of room. Try to contend for that top spot. One, 2, and 3, only separated by about 4 seconds right now. It is still anybody's race. All these drivers pretty close on a reset as well. How about a 21-9 from Tim Brisbane? Fast lap right there for him.
2 minutes left.
23-1 from John. Still keeping himself right in this fight for Open Nitro Truggy. But right now, after a small bobble that Tim had early on, he looks like he recovered pretty well, finding himself pretty consistently in that 22 range. Wow, what a whip right there from your leader. That thing was pretty much sideways. Feeling real confident with that truck right now. Looks like Chad's doing a little bit of dancing coming off that tabletop. Lands wheels down.
One minute left.
With only 1 minute left to go. 1 minute left to go, drivers. Tim starting a gap away from Chad in that number 2. He's got about a 10.7 second gap away from Chad. It almost looks like that might be the way to hit that little kicker. If you carry enough speed and that shock package is stiff enough, you can almost just pop right over. It looks like he's figured something out right now. He's chipping away his time every time he comes across the line. Year 1, 2, and 3, it is Tim, Chad, and John with 10 seconds left to go.
3, 2, 1. Tim Brisbane done.
Tim Brisbane, you're done. Just waiting on a finish
John
from
Shaw
Chad.
done.
1 car to finish, 1 car to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Chad
Taking it
done.
down and good enough for a reset is going to be Tim Brisbane in the 1, Chad in the 2, and John in that number 3.
The race is completed.
All right, drivers, if I could have my track maintenance crew out there, going to go ahead and get some dust off the track, get some good amount of water on the track, get ready for our mains. Let's do about maybe a 15, maybe 20 minutes at most break, and we'll get started for our mains. Little shout out to our Facebook chat here. You're not wrong on that, Rick. Brian Gerber has been getting pretty quick out there, being pretty dominant here in our sportsman divisions. Once again, if I could have members of my track maintenance crew out there, get the track blown off, get a little bit of water on the track. I'll go ahead and start getting these mains all set up and ready to go. $2:45. All right. Tom's saying we should aim for about a 2:45 start. That gives us about 23 minutes. So 2:45 is going to be our start time. 2:45. All right, drivers, mains are now posted. Mains are now posted. Make sure you guys take a look at Live RC as some stuff has switched around a little bit. So make sure you check where you're racing at. If you need any clarification on Live RC or how to view it, just make your way over to the booth and I can show you. Once again, though, mains are posted. Mains are posted. Make sure you guys check them out. Do not assume you're in the same race, as a lot of races have changed. All right, we have about 4 minutes until our start. If we can get some of our marshals out here from Open E-Truggy, that's going to be Rylan, Greg, JC, Steve, Brian, Dave, David, Bentley, and Brandon. If you guys want to help me out for this first race or two, I'm going to try to get some of our lower marshal races out of the way early, so that way they're coming on the event. We're not fighting for marshals. Just to double check, Mike Vickers and Brandon Smith, I had to move you guys to race 2 because we're taking 8, bumping 2. So there's going to be 6 drivers total for Sportsman E-Buggy. There's a bit of a mix-up on our side. Just caught it just now. So Mike Vickers and Brandon Smith, you guys are in race 2 for Sportsman E-Buggy. All right, we're at that 2:45 mark. Looks like Colby and Griffin are starting to make their way out. I need my marshals from race number 9. That is Rylan, Greg, JC, Steve, Brian, Dave, David James, Bentley, and Brandon.
Griffin Mertz. Colby Hunt.
Alrighty, drivers. Both my drivers are checked. Just looking for a couple more marshals. Need one at the beginning of the straightaway and one in the center of the track. Race number 9. You guys are the marshals. Greg, JC, Steve, Brian, Dave, David, Brentley, and Brandon. Alrighty. I see Brandon making his way down. Steve, we should be good if Brandon's coming. You just need one more for the middle. Or you guys can play rock, paper, scissors, whatever you want to do. See, Steve, sometimes it pays to be slow. All right, lineup's going to be Colby on the 1, Griffin on the 2. Roll them down to the beginning of the straightaway slow. All right, there we go. We are lined up. We are ready for battle. You guys have 8 minutes on the tone. Oh, both our drivers having a little trouble coming over that first set of jumps. Trouble on the back. All clear. We are 1 minute in. We got Colby up on top, followed by Griffin in number 2. Colby driving that green machine coming through the center. Griffin's got the slash 4x4. That looks like a Techno that is Colby is driving. He's keeping it smooth, keeping it in the center of the track. Colby's on an 18.813. Griffin is on a 13.834. Colby Hunt's fast lap of the race is a 26.2. Griffin is 36.4. Oh, your leader having a little trouble there on the backside. All clear. Once again, your leader having a little trouble on that back section. But he gets it back on all four. That is your leader coming through the center section now over the double-double, airing it out. Griffin taking it slow and steady. That's what you like to see. Keep it in the middle of the track. Keep it off the pipe. Trouble on the left. Trouble on the left. That is your leader taking a tumble. We are 4.5 down, 3.5 to go. Both our drivers here are pretty separated on their own clock. Have their own piece of the track there. Griffin going a little wide there for the green machine, making room for Colby to go on by. Let's see if Griffin can hook right onto the back there and follow him around. Race number 2, Sportsman E-Buggy. You guys are up in 2.5 minutes. Yep. You're starting on the 5. Yep. Lineup for that race for race number 2 is going to be Mike Vickers, Brandon Smith, David Bentley, Brandon, and John Graham.
Two minutes left.
You heard the lady. 2 minutes remaining. We still got Colby up top, followed by Griffin. Colby's on a 17.810. Griffin is on a 13.832. Respective hot laps of the race. Colby's a 26 flat. Griffin is on a Griffin's fast lap was a 34.
One minute left.
It's like Colby's doing the right thing there. Goes right over him. Give him the old World Star pass. Pass him in the air. Clock is winding down in this one. 15 seconds remaining.
Three.
Griffin makes it by for one
one.
more time.
Colby Hunt done.
Colby Hunt, you are done, my friend. You got to put him down on the ground, bud. It looks like Griffin's had some electrical issues where that is it.
The race is completed.
That is your final standing. Colby taking down the win. Griffin in the number 2. Remember, guys, go out and marshal, and then we will take podiums after you marshal. Podiums are only for A main drivers. This is race
Bentley
number
Raper.
2, Sportsman E-Buggy B main.
Mike Vickers. David James.
Thank you to my volunteers who stayed. Alrighty, looks like all my marshals are there.
John Graham.
Just looking for a couple checks from a couple of drivers. You guys can take them around for one more laps. Please do not stop on the straightaway.
Brandon
Do not
Smith.
stop on the straightaway. There's still a couple drivers we're waiting for to check. That is everybody. Everybody is checked. All right, we are good to start gridding them up. Lineup's going to be Mike in the 1, Brandon Smith in the 2, David James in the 3, Bentley in the 4, Brandon in the 5, and John Graham in the 6. Andrew Bishop, you'll have plenty of time to talk later. Get to your Marshall Peg, please. Thank you. All right, we appreciate everybody doing their volunteer. We got 8 minutes on the tone. Race them fast, race them clean. Remember, top 2 go to the show. 8 minutes on the tone. And they're off. Pretty clean start. Coming through the center section. Work together, guys. Work together. You got one upside down on the left. Upside down on the left. Please, no phones while you're marshaling. Remember, guys, please pay attention to your marshal spots or marshal the cars like you would like to be marshaled. Trouble coming onto the straightaway, all clear. We are 1 minute in, 7 minutes remaining. We got Brandon Smith up top, David James in the 2, John Graham in the 3, Brandon in the 4, Bentley in the 5, and Mike Vickers in the 6. Still a lot of time to race. Watch out on the back for that, Marshall. Your race leader is Brandon Smith on a 19.812. John Graham on a 17.820. David James on a 17.824. Brandon. Mike Vickers now bumping it up to that number 4 spot on a 16.820. Bentley on a 16.821. Brandon on a 16.826. Work together, guys, coming through the center. It's a little easier to lay out of the gas for a half a second than it is to hit the car in front of you. Slows you both down. Looks like somebody down here. That is David James, your number 3 car. Looks like he has a broken, can't tell if that's the rear shock tower or if it's just the wing mount. We got Brandon Smith in the 1, John Graham in the 2, David James in the 3. Biggest mover of the race so far is John Graham, moving it up from that number 6 to that number 2 spot. Looks like they're starting to separate themselves a little bit on the track out here now. That is your leader coming down the straightaway, going down into the double-double. That is John Graham right there, coming down now over that double-double section. That is your second place car. Mike Vickers, after that rough start, he is in hot pursuit of that number 2 and final bump stop. You still have 4.5 minutes remaining in this race. We still have Brandon on a 19.817, John Graham on a 17.801, Mike Vickers on a 17.807. Looks like somebody has lost a complete rear wing. That car is not going to be fun to drive. Trouble after the double. All clear. That battle for second place is heating up there. That is them coming across the backside of the track, coming down the straightaway right now. That is Mike Vickers in tow. That is John Graham right behind him. Separation on the track, 1.5 seconds. Trouble in the second double off the takeoff. That is your battle right there, though, for that second and final bump spot. Oh, that was Mike Vickers getting a little wrong, coming over the step up, step off. John Graham taking over that number 2 spot. Still have 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this race. Still plenty of time. Fast laps of the race. Brandon Smith, 25.6. John Graham's fast lap of the race is 26.3. Mike Vickers setting a hot lap of the whole race, 24 flat. So he's your fastest car on the track. May not be the most consistent. I know he had some rough laps at the beginning, but he's starting to close back in. He's 2 seconds back. Seems like he gets within that 2 to 3 second range and makes a little mistake. Gives John Graham that little bit of breathing room that he needs.
2 minutes left.
Here it is again. Things are tightening up. Let's see what it is this time by. 2.2. Shaves almost a second off. Minute and a half remaining, John. You still have, or Mike, you still have time. John Graham putting it in cruise control, though, just logging steady laps. Brandon Smith, your leader, has checked out. He's 10 seconds up on second place. He's looking for that bump into the show. It looks like now Mike is just pushing that car beyond its limits, pushing it hard, trying to get that second and final bump
1
spot.
minute left.
Let's see what it is this time by. Oh, Bentley takes over that number 3 spot away from Mike, pushes Mike all the way down to that 4. Things are starting to tighten back up now. Here comes Mike Vickers with a charge. He's 5 seconds back. Has a little trouble at the end of the straightaway. Gets it back on all 4. I think all John Graham has to do is get it back to the stripe. Hey, don't go backwards on the track, please. Not sure who that was going
3,
backwards down on the track.
1. John Graham done.
Everybody's still alive. Everybody's still alive.
Bentley Raper done. Mike Vickers done.
Still live cars out there. Still live cars. Marshals, hold your spots. Hold your spots. Still have a couple of live cars out there. Still have 2 live cars. 2 live
All drivers are
cars.
finished. Brandon Smith done.
Still looking for one more. And that is it. That is the race. After the dust settled, Brandon Smith taking it down, taking the bump to the show. John Graham in that number 2 taking a bump, taking to the show.
The race is completed.
Open Nitro Buggy. You know who you are. Andrew Bishop to the booth. Are you pitting for somebody, Andrew?
Bobby Smith. Greg Swiatek. Jean Sabatier.
Ryan Nolan, this is your race. Ryan Nolan, this is your race. Open buggy, open Nitro Buggy. Here he is. He's got Hunter Hayes on the headset.
All right, guys, I need all my marshals from last race. That should be Brandon, John, Mike, Bentley, Brandon, and David out there to marshal. I need all my marshals out from last race and maybe one more. I need 2 cones covered, 2 cones covered, 2 in the middle, 2 in the middle. Once again, I should have Brandon, John, Mike, Bentley, Brandon, and David out there to marshal. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's bring him in the pit. Bring him in the pit lane. Bring him in the pit lane. Once again, I still need 1 marshal on that center cone. 1 marshal on that center cone. I see Brandon out there. John, are you out there? John's out there, all right. Mike Vickers. Looking for Mike. Mike. Need Mike out there to marshal. See Bentley out there. See Brandon out there. David, are you out there? I need either Mike or David out to marshal. Need that 1 cone in the middle covered. I need either 2 of you or I need a volunteer. 1 of the 3. Ken's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. All right, your lineup, it is going to be Ryan Noland in that 1, Bobby Smith in the 2, Greg Swiatek in that 3. And Gene's going to start us off in that number 4. All right, drivers, let's start getting them ready here. Let's start getting them ready. All right, drivers, fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up. Ring them out, ring them out, ring them out, ring them out. Oh, call off, call off. Hang on. Ring them out, ring them out, ring them out, ring them out. Down and quiet. And here we go for our open Nitro Buggy A main. Let's see how everything shakes out here. It was Ryan Noland to the top of the board, but Bobby Smith has shown some serious pace all day here. I think we're going to see 2 separate battles in this race. It's going to be the battle between Ryan and Bobby and Gene and Greg. Both groups of these drivers had pretty much been matching pace all day long. Right now, your leader, Ryan Noland, in that pink wing, up over the crossover he goes. Bobby Smith right over the crossover himself. Starting to figure some stuff out with his nitro. It is looking good out there right now. Mr. DRC Graphics himself chasing down Ryan Noland. Make sure you hit him up if you need some paint on or some killer stickers. One of our locals here in the Knoxville area. He knows what he's doing. Even showing us how to get it done in racing, starting to reel in some time on Ryan. Taking a look back between this battle between Gene and Greg right now, though. Greg just getting a little bit wrong coming under the crossover. How about a 22.7 from Bobby, making up 3/10 on Ryan Noland here. Gene almost going for a bit of a wheelie down at the end of the straightaway. Right now, we are 220 down, 12:40 left to go. Bobby bobbling just a little bit over those rollers, but no harm, no foul. Keeps it wheels down. Keeps himself in that fight for the top spot. Gene going for a little bit of a slap trick up on the tabletop. Your leader getting it wrong. Coming out of the straightaway now. Just gave away that little bit of time he had up on Bobby last lap. Over the double-double they go now. Ryan looks like he almost shorted it. Keeps himself pointing in the right direction, though. Here we go as they go over the crossover. Your battle rage is on for that 1 and 2. It was 1.4 last time by. Now it's 1.0. Great line right there for Bobby. That was maybe half a second in itself. Starting to keep some serious pressure here on Noland. Bobby getting it wrong coming onto the straightaway. Austin quick on the Marshall, but that was that little bit of breathing room that Noland was looking for. Track has been a huge factor today. There's a couple of spots where it's been getting a little rough. Your leader getting it wrong. And we're right back to that same pace. Here we go. Bobby coming down the straightaway now. Manages to get past your leader, Ryan Noland. Bobby to the point now. That is your neon yellow, pink, and blue. Over the double-double he goes. Almost going sideways over the double-double. Going a little bit wide, but trying to keep that door shut right now. Flame out for Gene. But taking a look back, our battle for the 1 and 2. Ryan Noland gets caught in that little bit of a bump coming through underneath that crossover section. Pedal to the metal right now for Noland, trying not to let Bobby get a gap on him. Bobby typically seems like one of those drivers, you give him a little bit of room and he'll check out. Don't give him any room. Try to keep that battle right on the back bumper. Gene refired and going once again. Steve Hobson on the gun. It was 1.8 last time through. Let's see what it is this time by. Bobby just barely making it over that kicker. Here comes Noland. Good line through there. It's 0.8 now. With 5:45 down, 9:15 left to go. Trouble for 2 cars at the end of the straightaway. Bobby closing the door. Clip and Ryan, they both get turned around again. Ryan's trying to sneak onto the inside. Can't make it happen, though. Looked like Bobby just got it a little bit wrong. Is Noland going to sneak to the inside right now? He backs off. Almost pulls the over-under on him. Here we go over that crossover section. Goes to the inside. Lets off. Can he make it happen this time through? Bobby looking like he's got that motor tuned to perfection. Tons of torque off the bottom end of that buggy. Not letting Noland get any room on the straightaway whatsoever. Over the double-double they go. That seems to be the deciding section right through here. Down the straightaway. This is the battle to watch. I take a quick peek back at Greg. Greg is on a 34.15.08. Gene rocking a 29.10.509. But just as I look away, it is still neck and neck between these two drivers, 1 and 2. Over the kicker they go. Start thinking about fuel stops with 7:15 down, 7:45 to go. How do you play this? Do you try to stay out there longer than the other guy? Or do you try to get a quick pit stop in and try to create some room? Hoping our fuel guys are on the point. Here we go. Lots of pressure coming into the pits now. Bobby's going to come into the pits. Here comes Ryan. Jacob with a little bit of a bobble on the gun. First one out of the pits is Bobby. Great pit there from Jacob. Hunter on the gun, trying to get Ryan going once again. But just like that, that pit time was the difference of maybe a second and a half, but look at the gap difference on the track. They were neck and neck going into the pits. Now, looks like Bobby's got maybe a straightaway, maybe a little more. Nolan got a little bit of work to do here as Bobby's trying to get past Greg. We'll keep an eye on that battle. It was 5.5 last time through. Let's take a look back at some of our other cars out here. Gene back up on a 30, 15, 16. Starting to find some pace here in this race. Looks like Greg might be flamed out over on that right side. Bobby right now starting to find some room out here. It's a couple tenths at best every lap. With 9 minutes down, 6 minutes left to go, it is all down to the driver at this point. Ryan getting it a little bit wrong over that kicker once again. It is now 6.4. That gap is starting to stretch out ever so slightly. Right now, Gene hot lap of the race. He's going to run a 23.7. That gap is starting to shrink just a little bit. It is 3.4 right now between Bobby and Ryan. Don't count out Nolan just yet. One mistake is all it takes, and he is right there. But he's starting to close in right now on Bobby Smith. Great battle between these two right now. It is back and forth. It is still anybody's race. Just from the looks of it, it looks like Ryan will make up a little bit of time and then get caught in maybe a bobble. Drop that time. If he can string a few good laps together, he'll be right on the back bumper of Bobby Smith. Gets it a little bit sideways, but keeps it wheels down. 22.3, his hot lap of the race for Ryan Nolan. Starting to find some pace in that buggy late into this race here with 3:30 left to go. Gene, that time by, he's now up to a 32, starting to chase back some time in that nitro buggy. Even Greg right now is starting to find some pace once again after that unfortunate flame out. Good to see everybody rolling. Time is ticking away right now. Looks like Nolan's going to play it safe. Single over the kicker with 2:50 left to go. The gap is 2.4. Gene with a flame out. Steve trying to get him going once again. Here we go. That battle is back on. The gap we saw during the pits. It is almost like it didn't exist anymore. It is maybe one corner at best between these two. 1 and 2 through that center section they go. Smith in that yellow wing. Noland in that bright pink. Now making his way to the kicker. Little whip for the fans. Makes it happen. Can Bobby hang on for 2 more minutes? That's all he needs to hang on for.
2 minutes left.
Keep those nerves steady. Playing it safe. Looks like the wide line is the way to go. Bobby getting it a little bit wrong. Lands wheels down, but now it is bumper to bumper action as we make our way down the straightaway. With 1:30 left, they only got a few more laps at best. Bobby trying to keep the door shut, gets it wrong. Ryan Noland going to get stuck under the pipe. Unfortunate timing there. I think Noland may have broke. It looks like he's having a bit of trouble on that front right. Oh no, heartbreak here for Ryan. On a great run for him.
1 minute left.
Bobby breathing a sigh of relief right now as Noland was right there with 50 seconds to go. Tough break there for Ryan. Was running a great race with Bobby. Coming out next is going to be race 4 of Open Nitro Truggy. Looks like Gene and Greg are going to make it by for one more. Bobby might just be caught at the line here.
3, 2, 1. Bobby Smith done.
And Bobby Smith, you are done taking it down. Give that fuel man a raise. Great pit stop there from Jacob.
Greg Swiatek done.
Greg, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from Gene.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Gene
Taking
Sabatini
it down
done.
is going to be Bobby Smith in the 1, Ryan Noland in 2, Greg in that number 3 spot. Gene going to round out your top spot for Sportsman Nitro Buggy. After race number 4, we're going to go ahead and blow off the track. Race number 4, we're not going to water. We're only going to blow off the track after race 4. So plan accordingly. Plan accordingly. Should be no more than 2 minutes just to get some of this dust off the track for some of these Spec Slash guys coming out for race 5. But coming out now is going to be race number 4, Open Nitro Truggy. Going to need all my marshals or racers from last race. Maybe a few more.
John Shaw.
Once again, going to need a few volunteers out there. Probably need 2 volunteers, maybe 3. Dead truck at the end of the straightaway. Dead truck at the end of the straightaway. Sounds like Chad Cup starting to make his way out. Let's start thinking about some volunteers out there. Probably going to need 2 volunteers. Thank you very much, guys, for the volunteer help.
Tim Brisbane. Bad Chad.
Bobby, you want another one for this section over here? Yeah. All right. Probably going to need one more marshal to make it happen. Austin Rubin to the rescue. Thank you very much, sir. You guys have been killing it on volunteering today. I appreciate it. Goes a long, long way here. All right, let's bring them in, drivers. Let's bring them in. Bring them in. Your running order is going to be Tim Brisbane in the 1, Chad Cup in the 2, and John Shaw rounding out your top 3. All right, let's start getting these guys ready here. All right. Oh, need a minute. Just getting some last minute adjustments in here. Don't need any flame outs happening during the main. All good, all good. All right, let's fuel them up. Ring them out. Down and quiet. And here we go for our open Nitro Truggy A main. Let's see how everything sorts out between these 3. It has been a battle all day long. Each of these drivers had their moments to try to take that top spot. How is it going to sort out after this long 15-minute main? Flame out early on for Tim. See if he can get him fired back up and going once again. Still a long race ahead here. Still very long race ahead of us with 1:15 down, 13:45 left to go. Right now it is Chad Cup leading the way, Mr. N2RC. He's on a 39:15:22. John Shaw not too far back. He's about 3.5 back from your leader. Looks like Tim is only 1 lap back, so if he can make up a lap here, he can still keep himself right in the fight for that top spot. Still plenty of racing. Anything can happen. Chad getting it a little bit wrong. John going to close the gap just a little bit. How about a 22.6 from Tim? Hot lap of the race. String a few of those together. Once again, just a reminder, we will be blowing off the track after this race for race number 5, Spec Slash. So if you guys want to change your tires out, it might be a little less dusty towards these end races. Make sure you plan accordingly. Right now, your leader, Chad Cup, still on a 39-lap pace. How about a 23.0 from John Shaw? 22.5 from Tim. Right now, all three of these drivers doing everything right. Looks like Chad's going to get a little bit wrong. Here comes John. Knocking on the back door right now. Looks like Chad has the raw pace, but John has the consistency to get it done. John going to find himself now in that top spot. Tim trying to get past both of these guys, trying to get himself back on that lead lap. John going to get it wrong. Looks like both Chad and Tim are going to make it by. Dead at the end of the straightaway. Right now with 4:30 down, 10:30 left to go. Hopefully we can see Tim refired and getting himself going once again. Chad starting to find his groove out there. He's 22.6 for Chad Cup. We're 6 minutes down, 9 minutes left to go. It is still Chad Cup to the top of the board. Got about an 8.5 second gap on John Shaw. John going to get it wrong. Steve trying to get him going once again. John going for a bit of a cartwheel. Almost catching Gene on the way by. Looks like Chad is going to make it by for a lap ahead here. How about a 21.9 from your leader? Starting to figure out some serious pace in this truck here. Looking good with his Nitro Truggy. Let's take a lap around with Chad. Coming down the straightaway now as he crosses the loop. Just as I say that, he makes his way into pit lane. Both of these drivers actually in a pit lane. Right at that halfway mark. Chad is out. John almost getting caught on the rail. Bishop gets him turned the right way, though. Eight minutes down, 7 minutes left to go. John right now trying to get his lap back from Chad, keeping himself in the fight. He's going to try to scooch on by. Yes, he does. He's going to get that lap back right there. Anything can happen in these long nitro races. Could be a flame out, could be a breakout, could be anything. So many moving parts on these nitro cars. Looks like Chad's going to sneak on by to the inside. It is back and forth to who wants that spot. With 9:30 down and 5:30 left to go. Just a reminder, after this race, we will be blowing off the track for Spec Slash. So please plan accordingly for tires. Let's take a look at our point situation going on here in Open Nitro Truggy. Taking a peek right now, John Shaw is at 393. Tim is at 399. Right now, if it were to finish as it stands, these two would tie. But it is still going to be close up until the very end between these two. Chad Cup might even find himself in that top three mix. We're 11:30 down, 3:30 left to go. Just a little bit of racing left here for Open Nitro Truggy, guys. Coming out next is going to be Spec Slash Race 5. You know who you are. Make sure you guys are ready to go. Not too much to talk about on track. These two are pretty spread out. Chad got his lap, and he's pretty much just trying to sail to victory right now, keeping that truck running. Almost coming up on two wheels. Get me a little nervous coming onto the straightaway. Don't need any unfortunate breaks this late into the race.
Two minutes left.
2 minutes left to go. 2 minutes left to go, drivers. I got to say that one spot that's been tricky is that kicker over by that A main sign. That has always been a tough spot here. It almost looks like you need to carry just enough speed to kind of pop up and over, but you don't want to overthrow it. You go a little too hard into that kicker, might send you towards that pole. I believe that was Colby and Junior Novice that had an issue with that pole. Luckily, didn't break. One minute left to go, drivers. 1 minute left.
1 minute left.
Chad going to make a second lap happen here. Putting on a pretty good show here in open Nitro Truggy. Getting a little swirly coming onto the straightaway.
Three, two, one.
That is time. That is time, drivers. When you cross the line, you will be finished.
Bad Chad done.
Chad, you're
All
done.
drivers are
And
finished.
John, you're done. Taking it
John
down is
Shaw
going to be
done.
Chad Cup in the 1, John Shaw in the 2, and Tim Brisbane rounding out your top 3. Coming out next
The
is going to
race
be
is
race
completed.
5, Spec Slash. I need all my Spec Slash drivers to hold them in pit lane. Hold them in pit lane. I do not want to see any slashes out on the track as we blow off the track for you guys. I need all my slashes to pit lane. Hold them in pit lane. We're just going to blow off the track real quick. Should take us no more than 2 minutes. Just getting a little bit dusty out there. Try to give you guys a good race.
Neil Schwinzer.
It's going to get dusty, so I apologize ahead of time.
Alexander Schwinzer.
Well,
Tony
he
Wall.
blows off the track. Let's start getting my
Just
marshals
turns.
ready. I'm going to need my marshals from Open Nitro Truggy. It's going to be Chad, John, and Tim, and possibly a few more out there. Should be one of the last
Nathan
races that I need a decent bit of volunteer help. Should be a pretty easy one, though. Spec Slashes. Like I always say, they like to marshal themselves out there. Thank you very much, Tom, for helping us get the track all prepped up and ready to go. Should be all sorts of traction out there. I know sometimes these slash tires can be a little tough to grab grip. Figured this would be the best race to do it. All right, we are good to go. Track is now open. Track is now open. Let's start getting our marshals out there. Need my marshals from Open Nitro Truggy and probably a few more volunteers. Tom Bishop. Let's start getting our drivers out there and a few volunteers. Some of the young guys helping us out. Thank you very much. Gonna need a volunteer at the start of the straightaway and maybe the end of the straightaway. Thank you very much, sir.
Gavin Schwinzer.
Need one more for the start of the straightaway. One more for the start of the straightaway. Trouble onto the inside of the straightaway. Don't park on the straightaway just yet, guys. Want to make sure nobody breaks.
Hunter Moore.
All right, just waiting on a check from Hez. Need a check from Hez Moore. Gonna call an all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway.
H.E.Z. Moore.
There he is right there. All right, let's go ahead and get him lined up. Your running order is going to be Hunter Moore in that one spot, Tony Hall in the 2, Neil Schweitzer in the 3, Hez in the 4, Justin in that 5, Alexander in the 6, Mason in the 7, and Gavin in that number 8. I'll go ahead and give you a minute, Hunter. No worries at all. All right, looks like everybody's pretty happy with where they're at. Marshals are looking good. All right, drivers, is going to be an 8-minute race. Let's take it easy in the first corner. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Spec / A main. Pretty solid start here for these drivers. Long race ahead of us. Some serious competition here in Spec /. Hunter getting it sideways. That was your TQ setter. Now finds himself in that number 3. Now it is Neil Schweitzer to the top of the board. Tony Hall, though, trying to hunt him down. Like to call Tony the king of consistency out there. May not be running the hottest laps out there, but I'll tell you what, he runs some super consistent laps with this spec slash. Almost going for a bit of a front flip. Finds a little cheat code around that corner. Right now, your running order is Neil in that 1 spot, Tony in the 2. Let's see how it sorts out this time through. See a whole bunch of positions changing. Justin in that 3, Hez in the 4. How about Hunter now to the 5? Let's see if I can catch up with our leader, Neil, coming down the straightaway now. Tony right behind him, 1 and 2. The battle is on to this double-double section. Looks like where a lot of this time is coming from is through this double-double. Neil looks like he can clear this first jump. Makes up a ton of time on Tony because he can carry the momentum into the second double right there. Here comes that battle down the straightaway once again. That gap is 1.6 between these two. Tony Hall in the bright orange. Your leader going a little bit wide. Gets it wrong. He's upside down. One more. You're good. You're clear. Get him going. Tony Hall now with a bit of breathing room over Neil. Let's see if Neil has enough left in the tank here to try to catch Tony. Got one coming, John. One coming. With 3 minutes down, 5 minutes left to go. Your running order, it is Tony, Neil, Justin, Hunter, Hez, Alexander, Mason, and Gavin. Good to see a great turnout here for spec slashes. This is where it all starts. Even some great competition in here. Looks like your leader, though, Tony Hall, manages to get himself through some traffic. Got 2 stuck at the end of the straightaway here. Marshall getting him going quick. Hunter trying to put on a bit of a charge here. Seeing if he can try to close the gap to make up that top 3 podium spot on Justin Mertz. But Justin holding strong. Running a good race on his own. Bit of carnage coming through that center section. Tony just trying to navigate through. Just what I was talking about last 3 laps from Tony. 34, 33, 34. Trying to do everything right now. That's all you need to do. Keeping it clean and consistent. How about Neil with a 33-7? Hunter Moore going to fire back with a 31-5. These drivers starting to find some pace out there. Your closest battle on the track is between Justin and Hunter. Those two are separated by about 8 seconds for the top three. With 5:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Trouble in the double-double. Trouble in that
2 minutes
double-double.
left.
I believe that may have been your leader. Caught in a tough spot right there. Shouldn't hurt him too much, though, as he had a pretty big gap on Neil. Might make things a little closer, but no harm, no foul. Coming out next is going to be race number 6. Going to be looking for my open e-buggy drivers. That is going to be Ryan Nolan, Rubel, Bobby Smith, JC, Chad, and Greg. But taking a look back at our racing action right now. Last time by with Neil, it was 24. Let's see what the gap is now. 13.3. Still plenty of breathing room here for Tony. Just has to keep the wheels down with 1 minute left to go. Trouble on the straightaway. Trouble on the straightaway. All clear, all
1
clear.
minute left.
Trouble on that kicker. That looks like it may have been Hunter. The battle's on between Hunter and Justin. Looks like Hunter's going to sneak on by. Justin right behind him. That is for your top 3 and final podium spot. Can Hunter keep it wheels to the ground to finish a top 3 here?
3, 2, 1.
That is time. That is time. When you
Neil
cross the line,
Schwinzer
you
done.
will be finished.
Gavin Schwinzer done. Hunter Moore done.
Ooh, Hunter right at the end, almost giving it away. Crashed right before the line, but manages to make it by.
Mason Schwinzer done.
Waiting on a finish from
Justin
3.
Rhodes done. Alexander Schwinzer done. Tony Hall done.
Just waiting on a finish from Hez. Hez last to finish. Got 1 to finish. 1 to finish, guys. 1 to finish. Oh, he's broken in the back. Back right. Unfortunate right there. And that will conclude our Spec Slash.
The race is completed.
Taking it down is going to be Tony Hall in that 1 spot. Neil Schweitzer in the 2. And Hunter Moore rounding out your top 3. Tom Bishop, do you want to start thinking about podiums? Actually, I take that back. Looks like a lot of these guys are in this race.
Ripon Rylan Rubel.
All right, should have plenty of marshals from last race. Had plenty of Spec Slashes out there. Now we're on to some open e-buggy action. Let's take it easy on my marshals as they start to make their way out there.
Greg Swiatek. Ryan Noland. JC Hunt.
All right, just waiting for a check from Chad. All stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Once again, just looking for a check from Chad Cup. Chad Cup. I'll go ahead and give him a minute though. I forgot he was out there marshaling. Nice run out there, Mr. Tony. Nice run, nice run.
Bad Chad.
All right, your running order is going to be Ryan Noland in the 1, Ruble in the 2, Bobby Smith in the 3, JC Hunt in the 4, Chad Cup in the 5, and Greg Swiatek rounding out your top 6. Looking good on Marshall's out there. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 10-minute race. My apologies. Mike was cutting out on me right there. It's going to be a 10-minute race. Let's take it easy out there. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Bit of trouble over that kicker early on. That may have been Greg. Let's see how everything sorts out right now. The battle was on in Nitro Buggy between, I believe it was Nolan and Bobby Smith. Bobby Smith managed to round him out right at the end, though. Nolan broke early on, but right now, Nolan doing everything right. He's going to find himself to the top of the board right now. And it looks like Ryan Rubel is now, or I should say Rylan Rubel, my apologies, is now to the top of the board. Nolan in the 2, Bobby Smith right there in that number 3. Bobby figured something out with that nitro and trying to carry that momentum going on in this open e-buggy. Bobby going to find a way by Nolan right now. 1, 2, and 3. The battle rages on over on the left side of the track. Here we go. Looks like Rubel's got just a little bit of breathing room, but Bobby trying to close the gap. Nolan going to sneak by. Rylan just trying to sneak away little by little every lap as these two battle on. Bobby going to get by once again for that number 2. Now he's got his sights set on Rylan Rubel. Rylan's rocking that all black yellow wing. Rylan gets it wrong. Coming on that techno sign. Nolan going to sneak by. And Rubel's going to steal it right back coming down the straightaway. Nolan couldn't make it hold coming down the straightaway right there. Looked like he had the horsepower, but didn't have the brakes to stop it right at the end. Was trying to stay ahead of Rubel and going to pay the price for it right now. Looks like Bobby was right there with Rubel. Gets it just a little bit wrong coming over that crossover. Your running order, it is Rylan, Bobby, Nolan, JC, Greg, and Chad rounding out your top 6. Bobby and Ryan got to work together to try to hunt down your leader. Looks like your leader has maybe about 2, maybe 3 corners at best. Bobby shoots it a little wide, going to let Nolan through. Trying to play nice out there. Nolan getting it wrong, coming over the kicker. Is this the little bit of breathing room that Bobby needed to try to reel in your leader in that all black? Getting caught up with lap traffic. Shorting over the crossover. Here comes Bobby. That gap dwindled quick. It was 6.7 across the line. Let's see what it is this time through. It's 2.6. 22.8 from your second place driver, Bobby. That's his hot lap of the race, starting to settle in right now. Rubel got to try to find his way around. Chad gets it around, but here comes Bobby now. All over the bumper of Rylan. Here comes Nolan getting himself into the fight. Down the straightaway we go. 1, 2, and 3. Chad Cup going to let him by. Over the double we go. That is the battle for the lead. Coming under the crossover right now. If they come up on you, give them a little bit of room. That's your top 3 cars. Coming up on JC. Rylan getting it wrong, coming down the straightaway. Bobby's going to sneak by now. Bobby, Nolan, Rubel. Who wants that top spot? 1, 2, and 3. JC, that is your top 3 behind you. Going to go ahead and let him go. Thank you for the courteous driving. Nothing but clean track ahead. Here we go. The battle's on. Rylan almost wheeling over that first single. Gives it a little bit too much horsepower coming over the second one. Luckily lands wheels down. Trying to make his way through traffic once again. With 5:30 down, 4:30 left to go. Bobby getting it wrong. Gets upside down. That's going to put Nolan to the top of the board now. All it's coming down to is it looks like these bumps and minor mistakes. Rubel throwing that car around right now. Chad going to steal back his lap from Rubel. It is hands out right now. It is a battle on our hands. Your 1, 2, and 3 gap. It is 2.4 between the 3. 22.4 for Rylan, his fast lap of the race. Starting to close the gap a little bit on Nolan. Your running order, though, is Nolan, Rubel, Smith, Greg, Chad, and JC rounding out your top 6. Nolan getting it a little bit wrong. Your 1 and 2 battle rages on. Down the straightaway we go. Trouble in the double-double. Trouble in the double-double. Trouble in the double-double. All clear, all clear. Hang on, you got 1 more, 2 more. Just as I was calling that out, looks like Rylan's going to sneak back by Nolan. Nolan's not letting up easy. Rubel gets it wrong. Here comes Bobby to join the fight once again. Great battle across these top 3 right now. It has been 2 corners this entire race. This is probably the biggest gap we've seen between Nolan and Rubel. It was 2.8. Now it's 3.3. Rylan and Bobby find themselves in the same situation that Nolan was in. Trying to work together. See if they can reel in the leader here. Coming out next is going to be race number 7. Going to be looking for my Sportsman E-Buggy AMA, and that is going to be a good one to watch as
2
well.
minutes left.
But we only have 2 minutes left to go. Now is the time to throw down some heaters. Nolan trying to do everything right. Rubel absolutely pushing that car to its limits. Is there enough time left in this race? Ryland praying for any sort of mistake out of your leader right now, but looks like he is doing everything right. Your leader getting a little swirly coming through the center section. Bobby going to match the same move at the end of the straightaway.
1 minute left.
Nolan getting a little bit sketchy coming on the straightaway. With 45 seconds left to go. 45 seconds, drivers. They might make it by for 2 more. $22-0 for your leader. Even with this little bit of a gap that he's got over Ryland, he's still ripping off some heaters, trying to secure that top spot. Looks like he's even on a pretty good lap right here. Let's see if I can predict it. I'm going to say a 21-8. Let's see what it is. It was a 22-2. With 5 seconds, Bobby might make it by. He might get cut at the line. It's close. He's going to make it by. Ryland shorting the for your number 2. This is the battle on the track. Bobby's right behind him right now.
Ryan Nolan done. Greg Swiatek
Here we go.
done.
The battle is on through that
JC Hunt
crossover
done.
section. Bobby absolutely sending it. Can he make it happen?
Ripon Ryland Rubel done.
Close race right at the end
Bobby
for
Smith
those
done.
top 2 spots
All
right
drivers
there.
are finished.
But taking it down
That's
is going to be
Chad done.
Ryan Nolan in that 1, Rubel in the 2, Bobby Smith in the 3, Greg in the 4, JC in the 5, and Chad
The race is
rounding out your top 6. Good racing right there from our open e-buggy drivers. Coming out next, it is going to be race 7, our Sportsman e-buggy A main. Going to need all my drivers from last race, maybe one more
Steve
volunteer.
Hobson. Brian Gerber. Dave Fabel. Hunter Hayes.
Quite a few viewers here up on Facebook and YouTube. If you're in the chat, feel free to say hi. No stranger here. If you guys want to call anybody out, maybe you're cheering somebody on,
John Shaw.
give them a little call out. As our marshals start to make their way out, though. Remember, it's a 10-minute race, drivers. Don't run those batteries too low. Get your lap or 2 and call it quits. If you're going to park, make sure you park over off on the side or in the pit lane. Don't want to see anybody broken. Trouble over the crossover, trouble over the crossover. That crossover right there. All right, going to need a check from John Graham and Austin Rubin. All right, looks like Austin just needs a minute. All right, no worries at all.
John Graham.
All right, got a check from you, John. Go ahead and give you a minute, Austin. Oh, that's right, because, yeah, I forgot. You and Rylan are on the same buggy. No worries, no worries.
Austin Rubin.
All right, your running order is going to be Brian Gerber in the 1, Hunter Hayes in the 2, John Shaw in the 3, Steve in the 4, Austin in the 5, Jamar in the 6, Brandon in the 7, Dave in the 8, Brandon Smith in the 9, and John Graham rounding out your top 10. How are we looking on marshals out there? Need one marshal for that middle cone over on the right side. One marshal, one marshal. All right, looks like Jacob's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. All right, just remember it is a 10-minute race. Let's take it easy in the first corner. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Sportsman A main. Everybody's crissing and crossing over the double-double. All sorts of carnage over that second double. Let's take it easy. It is a long race ahead of us. Right now, as it reads the first time by, it is Brian to the 1, Steve to the 2, Brandon good now from the 7 to the 3. Finding some space right there. Your leader, Brian, getting it wrong. Trying to get himself going the right direction. Here we go over the double-double. 4 cars coming across at the same time. Hunter getting checked over the second double. I believe that is Brandon Goodnow from the 7 to the 1. Steve Hobson in that 2. John Shaw in the 3. As these guys start to space themselves out ever so slightly. Right now, your leader in the all orange. 2, 3, and 4 in tow. Coming over the crossover now. Looks like this race is coming down to who can hit that second double right. All sorts of carnage right now. See 3 cars upside down. Take it easy through the middle. Right now, it is Brandon in the 1, John in the 2, Austin Rubin in that 3 spot. $23.6 last time by for your leader. Brandon good now in that all orange buggy. Austin now in the 2 in the all black. Rylan Rubel was heating up the oils for him. One going across the track. The battle is on between 2, 3, and 4. Steve Hobson is still right in this fight right now, but Brandon got a bit of a gap going for himself. John Shaw in that 3 now. Looks like Hobson got a little tangled, but don't count him out just yet. Hunter Hayes now in the 5. It's like John Shaw got caught over that kicker. Where is that going to sort everything? Right now, it is Austin, Brandon, John, Steve, and Dave Fable from the 8 to the 5. Austin is in that all black machine. Believe he's rocking a techno. Making his way over the kicker now. Onto the straightaway he goes. Trouble by the A main sign. That was Brandon. Luckily lands wheels down. All sorts of cars behind him right now. All battling for position. Trouble on the straightaway. Trouble on the straightaway. All clear. All clear. Your leader doing everything right now. That is your yellow wing black body through the double-double. Brandon Goodnow starting to close the gap a little bit. He's 6.7 out. How about John Shaw, 2.5 out behind second? Steve Hobson lurking in the 4. Brian Gerber in the 5. That was your TQ setter. Hunter Hayes in the 6. Dave Fable in the 7. Brandon Smith in the 8. And Jamar rounding out your top 9. Austin getting it a little bit wrong. Almost goes a little wide again. Brandon might want a little bit of help in that second spot, so let's take a lap around with Austin, making his way down the straightaway now. Going over that first double into the second one. Looking clean right there. Over the rollers he goes. Shoots it a little hard, almost ends up into the back face of that jump. Trying to keep it clean and consistent, though. Up over the kicker. 2 wheels, barely makes it over. And onto the straightaway he goes. That is a lap around with your leader, Austin Rubin. Now Brandon Goodnow in that too, running clean and consistent laps. He is 4.2 back from your leader. Trying to do anything he can to close that gap right now. Austin getting it a little bit wrong. Here comes Brandon. He's lurking in that rearview mirror. Brandon getting it wrong, coming onto the straightaway now. That gap he gained is now gone. Closest battle on the track is between Brian and Hunter for that top 5 spot. These points are going to matter come the end of race 8. I would say one of our most competitive classes here in our point series. Always a good turnout. Always see a good 2 heats of it. Trouble right now for your leader. Over on that left side is at the time that Brandon Goodnow needs. How about John Shaw? John still finding himself in that fight for the top 3. Whole gaggle of buggies coming down the straightaway now. That was John right there, right behind Brandon. Bit of a long lap here for Austin. He was 9.6 up on Brandon. Where is Brandon at this time through? Here he goes. Over the rollers. 8.5. Gained about a second that lap. We are 8:30 down, 1:30 left to go. Coming out next is going to be race number 8. That's going to be our open 4-drive SCT. You know who you are. One minute left to go. 1 minute left to go.
1 minute left.
Your closest battle is just pretty much Brandon and John for that number 2. Everybody else is pretty spread out on the track. Austin looking to pretty much walk away with this thing. Ran some pretty clean laps, found himself a way through traffic out here. With 15 seconds, everybody's pretty spread.
Three, two, one.
That is time. That is time, drivers. Keep them going until the computer says you're done.
Austin Rubin done.
Austin, you
Keys
are
done.
done. Steve, you're done.
Brian
Jamar,
Gerber
you're
done.
done. Brian, you're done.
John Shaw done.
John, you're done. Waiting on 4. Or waiting on 3 in this case. My apologies.
Hunter Hayes done.
Waiting on Brandon and Brandon. Yeah, both Brandons.
Brandon Smith done.
And Brandon Goodnow last to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers
Brandon
are finished.
Goodnow done.
Taking it down is going to be Austin Rubin from the 5 to the 1. Brandon Goodnow in that 2. And John Shaw rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
All sorts of changes in this main. How is that going to sort out points is the question. Coming out next is going to be Open Four-Wheel Drive SCT. Going to be looking for Rylan Rubel, Chad Cup, Austin Rubin, Sean Holloway, Bobby Smith, and Tony Hall. We'll go ahead and get podiums finished at the end of racing, as we only have 2 races left. You should go by pretty quick. You know my racers from last race. Make your way out to Marshall.
Tony Hall. Bad Chad. Austin Rubin. Ripon Rylan Rubel. Bobby Smith. Sean Holloway. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Three, two, one. Ripon Rylan Rubel done. Austin Rubin done. Bad Chad done. Sean Holloway done. All drivers are finished. Tony Hall done. The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be our last race of the day. This is Open E-Truggy. Need all my racers from last race, maybe one or two more.
Ripon Rylan Rubel. Bentley Raper.
Going to need one Marshall on that far right and one
Ryan
in that
Gerber.
right side middle
JC
cone.
Hunt. Dave Fabel. Greg Swiatek.
As our drivers start to get checked in, looks like Tim is
David
going to take
James.
one. Whatever one you want to go to, sir. Thank you very much. I'll let you take your pick. All
Steve
right, just
Hobson.
waiting from a check from Steve, and everybody's checked in. All right, let's get an all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Gonna need one volunteer marshal in that middle section, and we should be good to go here. One volunteer to save the day. Neil gonna help us out. Thank you very much, sir. All right, your order, it is going to be Rylan Rubel in the 1, Greg Swiatek in the 2, JC Hunt in that number 3. For our sportsman, it is going to be Steve Hobson in the 4, Brian Gerber in the 5, Dave Fable in the 6, Davey James in the 7, Bentley in the 8th, and Brandon in that number 9. Everybody's looking pretty happy where they're at. Good on marshals. Brandon, you're Just want to make sure you're not pointing towards the driver's stand. All right, there we go. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 10-minute race. Let's take it easy in the first corner. We're going to be going live in less than 5. About as clean as I could have asked for. And this battle is on here for our E-Truggy, our final race of the day for our race number 7 of our point series. Thanks, everybody, for coming on out today. It's been a great day of racing. Right now, your running order, it's Rylan Rubel in the 1, JC in the 2, Greg in that 3. How about Steve Hobson up in the mix in our open E-Trug? He's got a great start early on. Almost ripping an arm off there. Feel like I'm giving a lot of curses out today. Start talking about how good everybody's doing. Just see him crash in the very next corner. We are 125 down, 8:30 left to go. Right now, Rylan Rubel starting to find a gap early on here over Greg. He's about 7 seconds up already with less than 2 minutes in. Even Hobson starting to find himself a gap over Dave Fable. Looks like these track conditions are starting to play a role here. Getting a bit dusty out there. Definitely getting bumpy out there. Right now, we're 2:30 down, 7:30 left to go. Dare I say it's as dusty as my old home track at RC Madness. You, Tom Bishop, might agree with me on that one. But definitely playing a key factor. You have to try to keep it tight in the groove. You get a little bit out of that groove, it is nothing but dust with these bar tires. Almost makes you wonder if you want to pick out a pin type tire just to kind of dig through that fluff. 21-9 for your leader, Rubel. Greg Swiatek in the 2, JC Hunt in the 3, but that battle rages on between those two. Only 2 seconds separates them. Steve Hobson starting to gap out over Dave Fable for that top spot for Sportsman E-Truggy. 23-5 for Hobson. He's figured something out here. Just has to keep it together in one piece. That's been his biggest factor. Got some good qualifiers in over these point series, but sometimes just has these weird failures come the main time. Hoping he can keep everything wheels down, see how he sorts out. Bentley right now starting to make a charge on David. He was in that number 8 spot, but now finds himself in the 4. Your leader in that Mohawk machine doing everything right now as he makes his way through that center section. absolutely airing it out, making a jump pass happen. Steve going to give him plenty of room. Courteous driving right there. How about a 26-3 from Brandon Smith? Good lap for him right there. With 5:30 down, 4:30 left to go, we're a little more than halfway. Your closest battle is between Brian and Bentley for that number 4 spot. Those two neck and neck right now. Don't know how Steve made it over that pipe right there. Looked like he almost clipped it coming over. How about David James right now in the top 3? Trying to hunt down Dave Fable right now. Brian Gerber trying to find himself back into the top 3. Had a bit of a mistake early on, dropped him down a bit, but he still finds himself now in the top 3 spot. He's a 23-2 last time by his hot lap. With 7 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Let's take a lap around with Steve Hobson next time by. One that I'm definitely keeping my eye on here in E-Truggy. Here he comes down the straightaway now. That is your all blue Truggy, orange stripe down the middle. Over the double-double he goes. He's built up a pretty good gap here on Dave Fable for that number 2. Almost going up on 2 wheels, but keeps it wheels down. Pins it, gets up over that tricky kicker. And outside he goes, running clean and consistent. 23s across the board.
Two minutes left.
With 8 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Looks like both of our leaders pretty much just trying to walk away with it. Steve with a 40-second gap on Brian Gerber. As long as he can keep it in one piece, that's all he needs to do. Rylan Rubel, 33 up on Greg. No close battles right now. Actually, I scratched that. Dave and David battling out for the top 3. Rylan going to pull it off early. Not sure what happened there.
1 minute left.
Looked like something broke in the rear hub carrier. Tough break there for your leader. That might allow Greg Swiatek to sneak on by, maybe even JC. Question is, did he build up enough of a gap? With 9:45 down, 15 seconds left to go. Well, Dave and David make it by for one more. It's going to be close. Here comes Dave. David's right behind with a 24-6. He's 2.2 back for that podium spot.
JC Hunt done.
He's hunting down Dave
Ryan
right
Gerber
now.
Greg
If he can
Swiatek
make the
done.
pass happen in this last lap, that is the battle for that third and final podium spot. Looks like Dave just keeping it clean and consistent, taking it easy through the rollers.
Dave Fabel done.
Dave, you are done.
Steve Hobson
Securing
done.
that top 3. It was a close battle right at the end
Bentley
there.
Raper done.
Just waiting
All
on a
drivers
finish
are
from
finished.
David. All right,
David James
and all
done.
drivers are finished. Taking it down was going to be Steve Hobson in the Sportsman
The race is
E-Truggy.
completed.
Brian Gerber in the number 2. Dave Fable in the 3. For our open E-Truggy, Ryland with a bit of an unfortunate break. Going to allow Greg to sneak on by to that number 1. JC in the 2. And Ryland rounding out your top 3. And that is going to wrap up our main event here for the round number 7. Thank you, everybody, for coming on out here for our race 7 today. Hopefully we put on a good show. Just a reminder, if you guys need podium pictures done, make your way on over to the podium with whatever cars you need. I believe we still need quite a few podium pictures, so if you were the top 3, make your way on over. Also, a big reminder once again, if you guys plan on attending the race June 6th, that is 2 weeks away. That is our final race. We have raffles. We have prizes. Here we even might have a cameraman here. That's the running rumor. Hopefully I can make it happen here for our 8th and final race. Please, please, please get signed up online. We're just trying to get an estimate for food. You don't need to pay. I just need to know how many heads are going to be here for our 8th and final race. But once again, thank you for coming out. And I hope everybody has a safe trip home.